Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. This is a special meeting of the Board of Education. Sorry. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and could we please rise for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry, everybody, we've got to get back in our seats here. Okay, could I get a motion to approve the meeting agenda? Ms. Hirsch, is there a second? Ms. Downey? Any discussion?
Peter,
Mr. Sheriff?
we can't add anything to this agenda, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't know why we weren't getting, I mean, I don't see it here, but maybe I missed it. Is there an update on current status of COVID in Greenwich schools?
We'll be getting that from the superintendent at the next meeting.
Okay, when's our next meeting? 2 weeks from now?
October 22nd.
Wow.
All right, if there's nothing further, we'll go ahead and take a vote. I'm going to do a roll call. Bernstein is a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Scher?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Here, let me take this off. Thank you. All right, so thank you everybody for joining. Sorry, we're having a bit of a technical issue. Give us 1 second. Okay, I think we've got that fixed. So the agenda for tonight's meeting is on our board docs website. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order 7B. We're recording the meeting. It'll be posted on our website and on our YouTube channel, our popular YouTube channel. Special meeting, no public comments tonight. We will take public comments at our next business meeting, which is the 22nd. Members of the community can, of course, send an email to all of the BOE members at any time by sending a single email to Board of Ed members at greenwich.k12.ct.us. Again, it's Board of Ed members, greenwich.k12.ct.us. Meeting tonight is discussion between the superintendent, the board, and some other folks. I'd ask people to stay muted when not speaking, ask participants to state their name if I don't call on you directly. And every time we speak, we'll be using the raise the hand function. So even for the members that are in the room, I'll remind them of that. So we can call on people in the order that they wanted to speak. And I'd ask the board members try to keep their comments concise, even though it seems like a short agenda, it is not. And any voting, of course, will be taken using roll call votes. So with that, we'll move to the first item, which is a discussion item. It's the special education review process. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. I will just walk us kind of quickly through where we are in the process right now. We did put out our RFP for the review, and we had, I believe it was 12 respondents, and from those 12, we then narrowed down to 3 finalists and conducted interviews with those finalists. And our point of contact for all of this work, we have, I'm going to call them a steering committee. I don't know that we initially really said that's what it was, but Karen Hirsch sat in on this process, as well as Karen Kowalski. We also invited both of our PTA special education representatives. Only one of them was able to make those meetings, but I think both of them are going to be engaged throughout the year. But Caroline Laram also sat on this committee to help get us to this point. And what you see before you is a scope that's been refined. We added actually additional scope after our last meeting, where the committee met with the consultant firm after they had been selected. And I would really say everything that's been discussed at the table was definitely shared with the consultant firm about just the fidelity of the study, looking over past studies, and certainly Ms. Kowalski or Ms. Hirsch may want to chime in here tonight as well. That when you look at the project schedule, we've started as in we have the meetings, we have a draft plan, and this is just looking if you have feedback in general. It encompasses the entire year, but we will get a great deal of information between now and as we're going through that budget process. And for the month of October, the first thing we'll be doing is what they call the document request and submission. So they start with all of the kind of paperwork aspect. And the way that this will work within the district is I've appointed myself as the point of contact. There has to be somebody in the district. And then I ask a couple of other team leaders to help me on different pieces. One person will be Jen Lau because she knows how to manage all of the data. And on the data pool, again, the committee was very directed to make sure that we know that when we pull data that it's done anonymously, that it's, they're telling us basically what data. So we will share the special education information with the team through a SharePoint confidential site. They don't have any names of students, but they will select how many files they're reviewing, and they do that, making sure that they're also reviewing files from different disability categories, not all just one category. And then they'll basically say, we want to see these files, 5, 10, 20, whatever those numerical numbers are, again, because you're not using names. And then we will pull those and do an upload straight to them. So they actually manage and tell us what they need. I've also asked Mark D'Amico and Shemaine Johnson just to be a right arm and a left hand for me, because I know as we get into the budget process, there could be a meeting that maybe I have I can't make. Also with Mark, because he has the largest elementary team, being able to set up surveys and interviews. He has great access to a lot of our principals every single week. And then the same way with Shemaine, in that she is with personnel, she's used to dealing with a lot of confidential information. She also has a special education degree and a background in special education. So I think we have a good team to uphold the integrity that the board has asked us to do. When you flip through, just looking at the virtual interviews and the group focuses, they meet with a lot of people, the district, the community. And the one question I did ask was, what if we have more parents that want to meet with you, then you have time. And they assured us that they will have the time, that if they need to add extra focus groups, that's what they do. And I think we saw that in the devising seminar where we had, I think it was just over 100 or around 100 different individual interviews. They also meet with a lot of staff where they're looking at, what's happening at elementary versus preschool versus high school. So you have all of those lists there. Also looking at the virtual student file review focus groups, and they look at early childhood, elementary, middle school, and high school, and that's on page 4. I know I'm going fairly quickly just to try to give you an overview. And this just talks a little bit about how they do the case study, and they do go in and they do speak with teachers about those files and what they know about them, what they know about the student, how long they've worked with them, getting that detailed information. They also do some classroom walkthrough visitations, getting an idea, how do we approach special education? Do we have mainly inclusion? Is it pull-out programs? Is it unique programming? And they're going to look at all of those aspects. And they also have surveys, which generally they share that the survey results, usually you get a really good response back on a study like this. So we're going to hear from even those people who can't maybe make a personal meeting, but can have time to take the survey. And again, on page 7, it's just talking about the survey process. They're also, of course, going to look at just the state data and some of the things that, the board has asked us to do, obviously. And then the last thing on page 7, you can see is the peer district review. And that was something, again, that the Board of Ed asked that they look at. And they're going to look around this tri-state area, but they are going to pull specifically some from here in Connecticut because there are some differences in special education law in Connecticut versus, which mainly is burden of proof compared to some of the other places. And that has to be taken into consideration, but they were very knowledgeable about that. And I think we've hired a really good firm. It's a great team. They seem very, very strong, very knowledgeable, and we were all impressed with them. And it's always nice when the team is really in agreement on who we thought, was the strongest. So I'll leave it at that and see if either of the board members that contributed to the process, if you want to add anything that I missed out.
All right, Ms. Hirsch?
I pretty much just wanted to assure that the board and public who are listening that when we interviewed the RFP candidates, we were really clear that we needed this to be an independent review, that the review needed to be actionable and include best practices, that we were looking to gain more understanding of our screening processes, understand program costs and total budget spent per year on SPED, staffing, how our staffing needs are being addressed, if the staffing formula is correct, professional development, what training we offer for our general education teachers as well. And we wanted to look as well at family support, what we're doing to support families while their children are receiving services and even after they've exited the system. So I know a lot of that was not necessarily included in this document because it was sort of an overview, but when we interviewed them, these were all details that we went over with them, and they assured us that that would all be included. I did want to ask a quick question. They note 17 schools. For those who may not know, I assume it's our 15 schools plus preschool, and then is the 17th Community Connections?
No, it's 11 elementaries, 3 middle, 1 high, Windrose, and Community Connections.
Thank you. That was my, I didn't know where the 17th was. So, and then I guess the only comment or question I had that I didn't see, that's in here that I had not seen or discussed through the RFP process, was when they were discussing, sorry, where was it? The file selection and participants for file reviews. They said some districts opt to include parent representatives in these sessions. I know I'm not necessarily comfortable with that because these are, personal details about students that for those who are in the system or not, that could easily be discoverable. So I don't know. They added that in. This was not something we ever discussed. And I just, when it's file reviews, I think we need to be very cautious and careful about privacy.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to, I did a follow-up call with them after the committee just to make sure that I understood how they were going to pull those, because I know that was a big concern for fidelity of just the process. And that's where they will have us upload files, again, with no names that go to them so that it is totally driven by the consultant team. They will tell us we want to see file numbers, whatever those numbers are, and then we will upload those back to them in the shared secure file.
Thank you.
Ms. Kowalski?
Thanks, Mr. Bernstein. So in addition to all of the things that Ms. Hirsch said that we had wanted to see in connection with this review of best practices, our screening process, staffing, et cetera, one of the things that I didn't see in here that also needs to be included is inclusion of and a review of our past audits of special education that we've done, particularly with the Key to Ed and the earlier ones, so that they have that information and they can compare it to what they're learning as a compare and contrast. But then I have a couple of points that are just concerning me with respect to just what we have written up here. My concern is particularly with the things that Karen and I have just iterated as what should be included and as part of this audit that they're performing. I don't see it in here, and that I don't know, maybe they've intended to include it, maybe it's incorporated in something else, but I guess what I'm concerned about is, where do we see all of this type of review in here that they're going to be doing, and maybe that's part of their write-up that they're going to be doing, or that's what I need some clarity on.
Yes, they actually take the month of the end of May and June to do all of the technical write-up and analysis. Sometimes they will wait and present to the board in the fall. I actually asked them to escalate and make sure that before the school year ends that we've been able to have their technical analysis so that it helps us in the summer be able to prepare better for the school year. But that's right at the end. The other thing is, they wanted me to get comments from tonight. So if we want to add some language in here that just makes us feel better, about the things you've listed, I can get another iteration of this as well.
Yeah, and I'm happy to provide, and interlineate my comments if they want to send a Word document to be able to provide where I think it should be, because I think that would be helpful. I think what they need and what is best served from us is one comprehensive document so they understand completely what the scope is and what they're supposed to be doing. And I don't think this is it. I just think it needs more substance to it so they can understand their scope. Because I don't want any questions asked at the end of, well, why didn't you do this? And I don't want them to say, well, it's not in the scoping document.
So, Tony, I had presumed that all the work and scope that was laid out in the RFP basically is coming forward, and this is additional to that. Is that correct?
This is not additional. They responded to the RFP. That's what we interviewed them on. That's what all of this is for. But if we're wanting some of this just listed out better, certainly they're happy to do that. And we can do another committee call with them and let them know what language you think is missing.
I think Karen's on the right track. I think we just need a schedule from A to Z of all of the different pieces of this. That way we can see it as a project plan, right? We can see in here sort of dates and times for certain things, but to know what each of those elements are that we can expect to hear back on. I for one, am glad this is finally starting. I think we've been talking about it for about 3 years, so it's good to see it finally moving forward. One of the concerns that I have, and I will continue to have, is about the independence. Basically, I know you said we're pulling files. I guess I'm curious as to who's physically pulling the files. I know they're selecting the files. I know we'll give them an anonymized list listing the types of disabilities, and they'll tell us which files, but who's actually responsible for pulling them? I know you said Jenna is going to put them together digitally, but what's the in-between step?
Yeah, it will be either myself, Mark, Shemaine, or Jen, and Jen is the one that will lead on most of that.
Yeah, I don't know that we want you spending most of your time pulling files. I mean, I did hear you say, but I just want to confirm, because I think Karen had the same question. They're going to have access to all the previous studies. They'll have access to the key to ed findings. I would presume they're going to do their own independent work, but this, of course, is a good starting foundation for them. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Downey.
Thank you, Tony and Karen for really moving this along at a great pace. I just had two questions, kind of budget related. Number one, they mentioned in here about needing additional funds based on increased scope. And I just want to be sure vis-a-vis what was, you have to refresh my memory, what we had budgeted for it already, and is that problematic? So that's question one.
At first, we thought it was going to be problematic, but then when I had my first meeting with them, what they had looked at as an hourly rate was actually not the total, and so the initial study was this is an estimate, was right around 70,000. Once they met with us, we're just under 100 right now, which does have the added scope.
And we had budgeted 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's great. I just wanted to confirm that. And number two, vis-a-vis, obviously they need to take their time and do a thorough and exhaustive study, but to the extent there are recommendations and we're not getting them until May or June, it makes it challenging to implement any changes the following year from a budgetary standpoint. So I don't know if you have envisioned how you would see that process moving.
I think as we go through the budget, I will get informed along the way. So when they're looking at staffing, even though it's not in the written report, they're very high level as far as their understanding of special education. So I think they'll be able to let me know some things that are going to be coming. I also think we do need to build into the budget, to plan for some additional staffing or, programmatic changes that may happen. So we're having those discussions as we talk about building the budget.
Great, thank you.
All right, Ms. Hirsch, I see you have your hand up, but we've got a couple of people who haven't spoken yet, so I'll circle back to you. Ms. Olson. Megan, I think you're still muted.
I know. Yeah, I'm used to Zoom teaching. I was trying to lower my own hand rather than unmute myself. Okay, so switching gears. Apologies. So first, just on the last comment that was made about the BET. The BET, it was said that the BET would fund, what we needed for this. So I think it's important to really do what we need to do this job thoroughly. I think it's extremely important. It's long awaited. In that same vein, I think, May and June is one thing, but waiting until the fall of next year would be way too far. So I am 100% in favor of pushing this process along. I think we need to do a deep dive and do it thoroughly, but I also think that it's something that can and should be done. And, we have this one opportunity to be students, and this is their education, this is their well-being, this is their lives. I think the longer we push this, the more we put their social, emotional, educational needs all at risk. Tony, I had a question. How many special education families do we serve?
Sorry, Tony's having a hard time hearing you. She's asking how many special education families we serve.
I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have the number, but it's a percentage, and I think we're still sitting around 12%. So
And
you're looking at between 900, I guess, and 1,100.
okay, can you hear me better now? I put my volume up a little bit louder.
I think it's her headset.
Okay. So then, of that percentage, then maybe you'll have to just ask her for me. Of that percentage, of that number, then how many have we spoken with going forward in planning this with the consultant team? How many have we spoken with so far in this process?
Hang on, she's getting some technical advice. But she did have the 2 PTAC special education chairs actually sit on the steering committee.
Right. So I guess I'm just saying, I guess what I'm getting at here is I want to make sure that she's speaking with and communicating with the special education community at large and not just a subset. I think that's really important. I want to make sure.
Yeah, and I think to read this, there's going to be a lot of outreach to the community, possibilities for them to meet with these folks and provide through surveys and otherwise.
Tony, is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now, and that is correct. They actually survey the whole special education community, and then they have numerous focus groups, as many as they need to have for people that want to, be a part of the process.
Right, and I read about that survey, so that's good. I just want to make sure that the key players that we have representatives of the special education community at large, because there's, like you said, there's a large number of families that we service, and it's important that all their voices are heard and that we're not sort of, for lack of a better word, cherry picking a subset of the community. So I think that's important.
Yeah, it will be open to special education, the community that want to participate in the process. If they want to be part of a focus group or be part of a group, then they'll have the ability to do so.
Okay, Mr. Scher.
I'm a little concerned about this project. I think this is a great start. I guess the way to say this is everything that Karen Hirsch rattled off is what I expected this project to be. And the document that's in front of us isn't that project. So I don't know what I'm looking at. So as an example, you would see a consulting project like this, and maybe it exists somewhere else. Maybe there's some other document that we don't have as board members, and if it is, I'd love to get it. I'm very interested to understand exactly what the deliverables are. So I see, as an example, there's going to be a meeting with the board. There's going to be a written report, but it doesn't really outline what those deliverables are and what questions they're really answering. And that concerns me, because it's great to go out and survey everybody and review the files, but it's a project. I worry about this project. I've said this many, many times. If we want to do a project that's about compliance with IDEA, which is what's been done the last time this was done, I think that answers one question. And I realize that is very comforting, particularly to the parents who have had to live through having to go down a legal route with the Board of Ed, which I think is unconscionable that parents are forced to do that. Or they've had a long extended problem of actually getting their kids evaluated. And that's a very tactical problem, a critical problem. But I worry that the project is designed around specific problems and not getting at the root cause of what leads to all those conditions to occur. So I don't know if the deliverables are listed somewhere, Tony, but if they are, I'd like to see what they are so I know if this project is hitting the mark. The other thing that's a little unclear to me is the project organization staffing. I understood what you said about your staff supporting the project, but I'm not clear who's governing this project. And is the steering committee the one who's governing the project? Are they directing the project? Who's governing the project?
As school superintendent, I am the point person, but yes, the steering committee, I would say, definitely is going to be helping to guide this project. And I would say, even during the interview process, I tried to make sure I didn't say too much. I think all three of the other people that participated really, were able to have a very strong voice, and we want to continue in that direction.
Okay. I think it's critical, you're right, that key people on the staff are involved, but this project is really an audit of special education district-wide. I'm not familiar with a situation where the group being audited is the group managing the project. It's a little bit like—
They're not on this project. Now, if you're talking about me, there has to be somebody. So if this board wants to choose somebody else, let me know.
No, I'm separating two things, Tony. I'm separating the governance and guidance with someone who has to support the project day in and day out. And it's clear your team has to be the one that supports it day in and day out. I was wondering who's directing the interface with the lead client engagement manager from PCG. And I would have presumed that would have been the steering committee. I thought that was why we appointed a steering committee. It could have been the board, I suppose, because the board's really the one commissioning this. But that was why I'm a little bit— obviously superintendent staff has to be involved. I'm just trying to get clear who's driving the bus here.
Well, the steering committee will absolutely make sure that the bus is driving in the right direction, but there has to be somebody available literally, once a week, twice a week to answer questions. And they do have their key point people. And they're very independent. I don't sit through the focus groups with our families. We help set those up for them. They will conduct their work.
Someone needs to be an internal project manager. I get that part. So, and the other one was, which isn't listed here, is what is from the consultant, the project profiles?
Sorry, Peter, you were breaking up. Can you repeat that?
From PCG, do we have the project organization and the resumes of the people who are working on our project?
That was part of the selection process, and I'm happy to have Karen Hirsch or Karen Kowalski speak to that. They're very highly qualified.
So Mike, just in general, what's the profile of the people who are working on that? Are they doctorates in special education? Who are they? Does anybody know?
I don't have the full RFP document in front of me, but I can certainly provide more information if you give me a few minutes to look it up. But yes, they are experts in their fields. We thoroughly vetted the individuals, and I know Karen and I both asked very specific detailed questions, as well as Caroline Laram, as to the staff that was going to be placed on our specific committee, within our, to do the actual audit. But we can, I'm sure, provide that information. But this is the one comment I was going to say. All of the things that we're talking about were in the original RFP document that we looked at. And I think it might be really beneficial for them to take this, which looks like it was a follow-up document, and merge the two so that we can share that with the full board.
Yeah, that's
I
a
believe
great
the
idea.
RFP is.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm bogging you guys down. This is the only document I've ever seen on this subject. So, and I'm trying to bridge from what you said, Karen, which is what you rattled off was exactly what I thought this project was. And I'm looking at this document and it doesn't completely sync up. So I'm just trying to figure out where that gap is, or if there's a gap. Peter, you can go on to somebody else. I'll
right.
probably have another question.
Thanks. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. This project is quite important to me, so I'm glad we're moving forward on it. The concerns I have are very limited. A lot of this information will be very confidential, and anonymity will be quite important. But also, in a conflict to that would be the comparison, or taking this information and compare it with other districts would be important as well. But we have to be careful what information we can share to compare other districts, and what we have to keep confidential. I'm obviously not the lawyer in the room. We have several of those, so I'm assuming there'll be NDAs or some sort of legal documents to make sure this information remains confidential. But it's also probably quite important that we make some comparisons with the data collected. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
So one of the things I wanted, to address is the timing. Is there any way we can work with them to shorten the time parameters for which they're actually doing all of the work? I don't want to truncate what they're actually doing, but I'd like the information so that we can use it in advance so that we have the benefits of being able to apply it to next year. My concern with the current timeline and when we get a final report from them doesn't really allow us to adequately review and implement any particular changes to the next school year. And I don't want another school year lost in which we can implement changes. So I'm hoping that rather than getting something in June, we could get something in the early spring in order to assess it as a board and make those changes. So I think that's one thing that needs to be addressed with them. I want to just reiterate what Mr. Schur said regarding the steering committee. I think the steering committee of the four of us should be proactively involved in every step of the way. I think this gives a sense of independence to the community, which has been called into question on a number of times in past audits. I think having that steering committee essentially gives the facilitation to the board of what is going on. It also allows us to communicate directly with PCG, and it also gives a reassurance that what's happening, or we hope gives a reassurance of what's happening, is clearly an independent review, which I know has been challenged. And also, I just want to make sure when we are pulling files and we're selecting the files to be reviewed, that we have a way of, whether we do it by lottery or how it gets picked random, I'm picking it, closing my eyes and picking a file, that they truly are an independent assessment of what files are picked. I think that's clearly important. And I think that should also be part of the write-up of that PCG should have, is how these files were checked or were selected, because I think that that's important for the credibility of the ultimate results of their report.
Okay. Ms. Olson.
Okay. Yes, I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on what was just said. I know it makes sense. I know that Tony needs to be the point person, but I think in terms of our playing a role in this audit, our meaning the administration, the Greenwich Public School Administration, I think that in order to really have honest and authentic dialogue and feedback, with an emphasis on the honesty from the part of the parents and the families of our special education communities, I really think that the GPS administration and employees in the special education department need to take a little bit of a back seat to make sure that we keep this independent and valid, to have independent and valid data and results. I don't know if that was 100% clear, but what I'm trying to say is in order for the families to really speak up and be honest, and in order for us to really have validity, it has to be fully independent. I think we need to be very cognizant of that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hirsch?
Well, I said some of what I was going to say earlier, that I really do think that if we have a full document that merges their RFP with this document, I think it would be a much more robust material for the board and others to look through and understand that this is going to be independent, and all of the topics and areas that we had really focused on. And one we didn't mention was a review of all of the current lawsuits as well, to sort of see what areas of services we might be missing, why we end up having out of district placements and so forth. And if this is something that the board, as this was a board directed audit, this is I guess a project of the board, and if the board would like the steering committee to continue to be participatory in the process going along, I'd assume that the board would sort of need to indicate that as a whole.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry.
Karen, that's a great segue. I mean, if you're asking an opinion, 1 of 8, yeah, I'd like to see the steering committee play a relatively strong governance role in the project. And I separate that, in my real life, I've done many of these kinds of projects with consultants. You do need people who manage day to day. That's different than the people who are the end client and who you're delivering the deliverables for. And the governance of that's really important. So if you guys have put together a solid governance committee, which it sounds like you have, obviously, as Tony points out, you guys can't be there every day. Somebody has to be available to them all the time as a project manager. I presume that'll be Jen Lau, because of course Tony's busy running a school district, so it can't be her, although she's the leader. Mark's busy running a school system too. So I think separating those two things is fine. And it sounds like you guys have a plan for that. But I'd like to see strong participation from this governance committee. And I feel really comfortable that it's Karen and Karen representing the board, and then it's up to us on the board to ask you questions and tell you what's on our mind. With that said, I was thinking about how to summarize this. I'm not interested in an audit that tells me about the paperwork. I'm not interested in an audit. I mean, it's an important thing to know how compliant we are. But we've done a couple of those before as a district, and it never gets at, we still have the challenges we have in special ed in terms of expense, in terms of the high number of IEPs that wind up in challenge with parents, between parents and administrators. We kind of have some core issues, and even though we've done a good job of looking at compliance and paperwork, it doesn't seem to get at the nub of the issue. So I hope the project is focused on, and this goes to benchmarking best practice, which I think you guys said they committed to do, is I'm interested in a discussion about organization. How we're organizing special ed, because we spend tens of millions of dollars on it every year. That's all people. And how we're organized, and are we organized in the best way to deliver the best special ed services we can within the constraints that we have to the roughly 1,000 kids in Greenwich who are in special ed. The other thing I'm very interested in is to understand methods. And I don't just mean methods of running the IEP. I think that's what the Key to Ed work was focused on. I don't want to come back to that in a second, but I'm more interested in them suggesting to us how we can best organize, and are there better methods, more modern methods that we could use in the district, or maybe we're already using them, I don't know, to deliver special ed and services for the wide spectrum of kids that have different needs, and how we best do this. I fully accept this as a super complex problem. And I was really pleased, by the way, Tony, that you included twice exceptional kids in this thing. It's easy to leave them out. So I'm really glad that that's in there. But that's where I'm hoping the focus is on organization, methods, and candidly, I don't really care if it's in Connecticut. This idea of they're going to go interview 5 peer districts in Connecticut, I'm interested in hearing from the experts who are on the team, getting the benefit of their national knowledge of what innovative things we could do in terms of organization and methods to improve the delivery and get more bang for the buck on the 30+ million we're spending on special ed. The one thing I did want to ask before I let it go, and maybe I wasn't paying attention, which is distinctly possible, is what happened to Key to Ed and the Key to Ed report? I expected long ago that would have been delivered and presented in a board meeting. I know I spent a lot of time talking with the lead consultant on that. A lot of other people did, and did I miss it? Did it just never get presented? What happened? Does anybody know?
Yeah, that's on the agenda for our next meeting.
Okay. Would have seemed to make a little sense to talk about that before we, whatever. Okay, so if we need to adjust this project plan based upon what we learn in the Key to Ed presentation, we can do that, right? Yeah, I guess.
They'll have access to that.
That wasn't my question. My question is, if the board learns something in Key to Ed that needs special focus in the audit, we'll be able to do that?
Yeah, Key to Ed really is focusing on kind of what are the 2 key areas, 3 key areas that basically parent and staff from all of that input feel like we can do a better job. So public consulting group will be able to take that and then, look at those areas with a fine, lens. So yes,
Because
we'll
I
be
know,
able to
Tony,
use
that was
that work,
pretty
and I think it's already
Key to Ed
built
was pretty
in.
narrow. You narrowed it, which was good. You focused the team. So, okay. I don't have anything else. Oh, one other thing, Tony, can you help explain, and maybe Mary's there, I can't see in the room. I did not understand the comment of during COVID, we're modifying IEPs. Can you just talk about that?
It's not actually during COVID we're modifying IEPs, but there are situations where if a child is full remote
Right.
and maybe we can't implement their services as they would normally be implemented for a number of reasons, then you work with those families to be able to figure out how we can still provide their services, but it could look a little bit different during COVID.
But is that just done in a normal IEP collaboration and a PPT meeting with a parent to figure that out? I mean, it must put a lot of burden on the staff. They must have to do a lot of PPTs if they have to modify, but it's done in a PPT, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
The IEP doesn't change, Peter. The IEP is the IEP. What we do for students who have to have their services, usually services, but it could be objectives and goals modified, given either the hybrid or cohorting or remote status of the student, we create something called an IEP implementation services plan. So a couple of examples are, you had a student who used to be getting 3 times 30 speech, but because of the way they're cohorted, it has to be 2 times 45. We're not changing our recommendation as a team that it should be 3 times 30. We're just saying, given the circumstances right now, we're going to shift it to 2 times 45 so that you can stay in your cohort. So we actually create a separate document. The IEP does not change. The ISP, the Implementation Services Plan, is in place until we're back into full school. Another example is you may have a student who has a goal on sharing materials in a group. Well, if they're full remote, it's hard to pass materials in the group. So we
Sure.
have to amend so what we do is just say, for the time that we are in this COVID-related set of circumstances,
Mhm.
we are adjusting how we're implementing the IEP, but we don't go to PPT and we don't change the IEP. That stays constant.
Just out of curiosity, how many ISPs are we changing? You know?
I don't know offhand, probably it depends on the number of students who are in remote. At the high school, probably the fewest because their program looks ostensibly the same.
Yeah,
It's
kind of,
probably the
kind
most
of.
different for the kids who are in remote at the elementary.
Well, in the middle school, they're essentially the same, so there should have been no
Right.
modifications to
It's really
ISPs,
elementary
right?
and elementary
And
remote.
at elementary, right, they're largely the same, so there would be no modification. So
No,
it's
they're not.
modific,
The elementary is the one where the most changes are.
just out of curiosity, why is that?
Well, because remember that the services are being provided by a special education teacher who's in the home school, and the remote school has its own schedule. So there
Yeah,
may,
no, I get the part of the remote school part. Yeah, that's a
there may have to
big
be some
problem, right?
changes. There may have to be some changes to the way we schedule services so that the two schedules can work together.
And the same people are delivering it, right? So it's not like we have I don't make it up. It used to be a reading specialist and now we're doing it with a substitute, right? They're still getting a reading specialist because that's in their IEP, right?
Special ed teacher. Reading specialist is in the IEP. They're having special ed, certified special ed teacher.
Uh-huh.
We have a couple of instances where we have substitutes due to some staffing issues related to health issues, but
And they're certified SPED teachers.
yes.
All right, I think we veered a lot off of the topic of the SPED
Thank you.
audit. Peter, one thing you mentioned was, making sure this is actionable. And for me, that's the crux of this. We could audit all day long, but unless something's actionable, it's not going to matter to us. So that's the biggest takeaway for me, is to make sure we get those best practices, the review of our program, so that we know what we need to do going forward. All right, Ms. Stowe.
Okay, just real quick. Two things I take away: independence and comps. I think it's very important that we remain independent. That's been made loud and clear by all of us. And the comps, I would like to make sure, it seems that they're going to make the recommendations and then, sorry, you can't see me on the screen, that the Greenwich Public Schools will get the final say in the comps. I think that's really important who we choose for the comps. And so I'd like to make sure that, in fact, when we say Greenwich Public Schools, that Karen are involved in those choices. I suspect there are towns that are known particularly well, that they're doing things well, and I'd like to make sure that they're included. And I'd like a special emphasis on the out-of-district placement figures. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any more hands. We will, I'm sure, continue this discussion. We'll move on to our next discussion item, which is the ALP review. So I'll turn it over, I believe, to Mr. D'Amico.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, good evening, board. It's actually my pleasure to turn this presentation over to our Advanced Learning Program Coordinator, Bonnie O'Regan. So Bonnie, take it away, and then we will both be happy to answer any questions that you have at the end of the presentation.
Is Michael bringing up the PowerPoint, or do I need to do that? Oh, thank you. Good evening. In January of 2020, educational psychologists with expertise in gifted education, Dr. Christy Spears-Neumeister and Dr. Virginia Burney from Ball State University, completed a year-long review of the Advanced Learning Program. The goal of this review was to determine the alignment of the program to state requirements, the district's mission, and best practices in gifted and talented education. You have before you the full report in Appendix B, along with a summary that delineates the most salient findings, recommendations, and actions needed to serve the needs of the advanced and gifted students in Greenwich. Next slide. First of all, Greenwich has much to celebrate. Both the district and its community stakeholders are committed to the continued support of the ALP program and share the goal of ensuring the program is current with regard to best practices in the field of gifted education. Stakeholders are appreciative of the ALP program for the opportunities it provides for appropriate challenge and interactions with intellectual peers. The ALP program also has an active parent group who meet regularly to share information, offer support, and advocate for the needs of all gifted children, including those who are twice exceptional. Greenwich is fortunate to have experienced teachers in their ALP and advanced middle school courses. Most of the teachers have 10 or more years of teaching experience. Neumeister and Burney noted the level of expertise and professional learning experiences in gifted education is impressive. Also worthy of note is that the ALP program has 7 distinguished teachers among its staff, and at least one of the Greenwich's distinguished teachers for the last 4 years has been a member of the ALP staff. Greenwich's ALP program is within alignment with best practices. The mission statement and objectives as written appropriately address one of the significant goals of education for advanced learners, the provision of appropriate learning experiences that foster intellectual challenge. The Advanced Learning Program has a written curriculum that is based on the core tenets of gifted education: acceleration, enrichment, and higher order thinking. And the current identification procedures follow best practice recommendations of including multiple measures of aptitude, achievement, and performance. While the full report is comprehensive, what I'd like to do now is highlight the priority findings and update you on what action steps have been taken thus far with the 3 priority areas, including elementary science, program design, and identification process. Next. The reviewers found that overwhelmingly all stakeholder groups expressed frustration with the push-in model for elementary science. The lack of common planning time, along with the limitations of a single teacher pushing into multiple classrooms, resulted in a general feeling that the opportunity for meaningful science instruction was lost. This was echoed by the Board of Education in November of 2019, and an action plan was put into place to return to the pull-out service model for elementary ALP science instruction for 2021. Next. Many stakeholders felt that the pull-out replacement core for elementary math and reading worked well. These stakeholders thought the pull-out structure allowed the students the opportunity to immerse themselves in curriculum and instruction targeted to their need for depth and complexity, delivered at an appropriately faster pace. They also commented on the importance of having similarly intellectually minded peers to facilitate meaningful discussion and learning. The most salient objection to the pull-out program that emerged was how it dictated the schedule for the rest of the school. One contributing factor to the limiting nature of the schedule is that while general education students have a 90-minute humanities block, ALP students have 60 minutes per day allocated for reading, and their 30 minutes of writing instruction takes place in their general education classroom. As you can imagine, this can be challenging for students and teachers. In the survey, 71% of the ALP students reported that their writing instruction in their homeroom was not challenging enough for them. An action for future consideration that will result in less of an impact on the scheduling is to expand the current 60-minute ALP reading block to a full 90-minute humanities block and combine the ALP and science into a 90-minute STEM block. This would allow the teachers flexibility to blend reading and writing or math and science instruction and be less disruptive to the entire building schedule. This action would require an increase of 1.7 to 2 full-time staff members in each elementary building. Next. Greenwich's commitment to the identification of all students, including those from underrepresented populations, is evident throughout the selection process. However, demographic data indicated an underrepresentation in certain subgroups. Best practice recommendations for equitable placement from the leading experts include the use of universal screening, local norms, alternate pathways to placement, and creating a talent pool of students who exhibit high potential. Proportional representation within the ALP program was examined using representation indices, which are simply the percentage of group identified divided by its percentage in the general population. As you read in Table 2, which is on page 15 of the full report, data indicated that there is an underrepresentation of Hispanic students and students for qualifying for free or reduced lunch. Although not addressed overtly in the evaluation report, an ongoing challenge within our most advanced math classes has been gender balance. So gender equity was also examined. An analysis of the number of girls in math showed that while females are proportionally represented in above-level math classes in middle school, there is an underrepresentation of females in elementary math. In a recently published study from Purdue University about equity issues within gifted education, we are reminded that it is difficult to chart a course for the future if you don't know your starting point. Data should serve as a beginning and an inspiration from which to make changes. One starting point for making changes is the application of the best practice recommendations to practice procedures. Next. Greenwich Public Schools has established specific selection procedures published in the Advanced Studies Placement Procedures Handbook. The selection procedures identify students with advanced potential. Broadly, advanced potential is defined by Greenwich Public Schools as those students who give evidence of significantly high performance capability when compared with others of their age, experience, or environment in specific academic fields, and require services or activities not ordinarily provided by the school in order to fully develop such capabilities. Students with advanced potential may have demonstrated either high performance or underdeveloped performance. Next. The district has developed a point system for associated scores on the multiple measures of ability, achievement, and performance. Demonstrated high performance for placement in advanced classes is defined as earning half the possible points for ability, achievement, and performance, or a combined total point score of 15 out of 30 points. Underdeveloped performance is defined as any student who has factors that make placement or performance more complex. This includes students with advanced potential who have an additional exceptionality, students who are culturally, linguistically diverse, and students with other considerations. Placement is determined during the Building Advisory Committee meetings through an analysis of open-ended responses and examples of characteristics and behaviors as defined and published in the Procedures Handbook. Next. As noted in Table 3 on page 17 of the full report, Neumeister and Burney found that students were placed in the ALP program who earned less than a combined total of score of 15 out of 30 points. Greenwich has been using best practice recommendations from the leading experts by applying local norms and alternative pathways to place students with underdeveloped potential. While the criteria are within the procedures for building advisory meeting conversations, they're not codified. The recommendation is to work with a committee to codify and make the procedure more explicit. Standard application of the procedures for placement of students with underdeveloped potential will make the process more transparent and enhance fidelity. As Neumeister and Burney stated in the review, overall, Greenwich programming for advanced learners has many strengths that merit noting. These strengths are noted throughout the full report. With such a solid foundation in place, Greenwich is in the position to concentrate on expanding and modifying some areas of the programming to address some additional needs of gifted. Addressing those recommendations offered will facilitate district planning that will capitalize on the program's strengths and more effectively serve the needs of the advanced and gifted students in Greenwich Public Schools.
All right, Bonnie, you're out of slides. Anything else you want to add before we turn over to questions?
Questions?
We got questions. Don't worry about that.
Oh,
Ms.
I know
Hirsch?
you do.
Thank you for the overview of the report. Having read the ALP review, I have to start by saying that overall I wasn't surprised by many of the findings, as most of the comments and suggestions are things that we've already known or been aware of for years, such as improving some of the identification procedures and making it curriculum consistent across schools, ensuring the advanced middle school science course is advanced, et cetera. But what surprised me is that I have more questions now after reading this than I did than answers. I was sort of left wondering what the purpose of the report was, as it seems more focused in many areas on perception as opposed to data. In past ALP reviews, we've had a lot of data actually included, and I saw really very little here. And a lot of their suggestions have budget implications. So before I make any, further discussions, I'd like to see some more of that data. For instance, have we looked at student data to see where our ALP students are in comparison to their peers? We had stuff from SBAC, but no comparison to non-ALP students. Have we ever done a long-term review of students placed in ALP in 2nd through 5th grade, and then again, those who've joined in 6th through 8 to see how they compare to their peers in the non-advanced courses? And looked at what AP honors courses these students are taking at GHS and percentages of ALP versus non-ALP students in those courses, just as an example. But one of the questions I had, I'll start with one of the recommendations that you noted was the review, from the review was to increase elementary language arts class time from 60 to 90 minutes to include all writing instruction during the ALP course block, which is something we've certainly heard from students along the way and educators. But how long are the ELA blocks in traditional classrooms? And how is STEM addressed there as well? Because that was another suggestion in the document.
The traditional classrooms have 90 minutes, and actually the humanities also includes the social studies. And so the students currently are getting social studies in their home rooms. I'm going to talk pre-COVID because they're cohorted now. So the social studies and the writing is done in their homeroom, and the reading, the 60 minutes, is done in the ALP classroom. And what the proposal is to merge that full humanities. And so you would have the social studies, the writing, and the reading all done within that 90 minutes, the same as what's done in the general ed classrooms now.
So that's
I
also
see
adding.
Lori Elliott is on. She can speak to this also. Am I correct?
Sorry, I too was having trouble unmuting. Yeah, so in the humanities at K-5, we have started working on for a few years now, blending the social studies just into our reading and writing instruction. So when we're learning to read about nonfiction and write about nonfiction, we're doing that with our social studies standards in mind. So
Then their suggestion, which was adding math, making the math and science block as a STEM, doesn't actually include what you're suggesting, which is social studies, which is adding an ALP course, if I'm not incorrect.
I think it would be mimicking the humanities block for what's happening in my classrooms and what's happening in Bonnie's classroom. So they would just mimic each other instead of the child being pulled out at a certain point and trying to get them back in at a certain point, that instead they can just have that full circle of their reading, writing, and social studies together.
The STEM block is mimicking what's going on in STEM in the homerooms also. The writing and the science and the math are being incorporated, and work is being done on merging those two also. And so it would be bringing the ALP academics would mirror what's going on in the regular ed.
Okay, well, I'll come back to the humanities section in that, because again, that was not mentioned anywhere in this document. I had a quick question also on the survey, because a lot of emphasis was placed on the stakeholder surveys and feedback. I was just curious to know how this survey was shared and who was surveyed. I know I have had at the time a student in the advanced program, and I never got one, because the report states that only 141 respondents were ALP elementary parents and 90 for middle school, which doesn't seem like exactly a representative sample. In past reports, we've had information that details upwards of 800 to 900 students in grades 2 through 8 ALP program. So 131 parents would be a rather low percentage. And we don't know what schools or what programs that they, responded from.
Would you like a copy of the, I have the distribution list. It was, for middle school, it was anyone in the ALP language arts, in advanced science, and or in advanced math courses. For middle school, it was anyone in the elementary ALP program. It was the parents of all of those.
Just the respondent numbers seem rather low, and I know, like I said, I can only speak for myself, and I heard from other parents that had read this that they hadn't gotten the survey. So I was just curious on that.
Okay, I did not it was not distributed through me, it was distributed through them.
And I know you mentioned table 3 on page 17 showing that the average, for instance, of 28% of students were admitted for elementary math, scored 15 or higher, and 22% on average for language arts. So I'm just curious, if the students didn't meet 15 points on identification measures, what were the other determining factors used? Because I didn't really see much of a review on of nominations and the building advisory committee procedures in this document.
Right, that's the further analysis that I've done since. What they also said is those students that are scoring like the 14 points. So I looked at the students who scored the 14 points, because which is our with 14 points and higher, because 15 is not possible with on our matrix. We have even numbers. So 14 points and higher are the students that are placed with the, sorry, my brain stopped talking to my tongue. 14 points and higher, and I looked at those students, and then I looked at those students that were below that and identified for each of those students, not only when were they placed it in the fall of grade 2, in the spring of grade 2, spring of grade 3, through an appeal process, how they were placed and how many points they were. And that data was analyzed as far as where that needed to go. And that's, again, more work that I feel like we need to do, but I would like a full committee to be looking through that and looking at exactly where is, if the process is broken, where is it broken down within the fidelity of it?
I'd love to see some of that data as well. Because I know mentioned the appeals process. I know there's a lot of gray areas in the identification process. The report even points to the fact that points to that and then discusses the appeals process. But I know students like twice exceptional students are consistently missed. If they have learning differences, it may or may not be. There's a lot of questions in that regards. But the other piece I was going to ask, and then I'll let somebody else have a turn, is for the notes. A need to address the social emotional experiences and issues facing gifted students. But it didn't really give much in the way of actionable suggestions. But I really think that this is something that we should take an additional look at. It's an often overlooked aspect for students in the gifted program, and can have a truly big impact, both positive and negative, on our students and their advancement. So I'd really love to take a little bit more deeper dive in that, and then I will turn the mic over to someone else, but I do have other questions.
You will notice that I didn't talk about it tonight in the slides, but in the curriculum writing document in Appendix A, you will notice that there are a schedule for embedding the social emotionals. And on page 6 of the report, I talked about working with the curriculum development team, but also putting together a task force. Actually, it's a little bit further on. It's about the affective needs. I'm losing track of where I put it all, because it really fits into both places, is to put together with the school with counselors, with our specialists within the district, to work on that curriculum and get that embedded. And you'll see in Appendix A where I've laid out that action plan as to when that work will be done.
Again, I wasn't sure of the exact purpose of this, because it certainly lays out a lot of recommendations and suggestions, all of which have rather significant, well, not all of which, but many have significant budget impacts. And I feel like I need a lot more details and data looked at before we could make anything that would require that big of a budget commitment.
Okay, Ms. Stowe.
Hey, Bonnie, nice seeing you, even virtually. few things. First of all, this is a meaty report, which I like, but there's a lot to dive into, as Karen points out. I'd like to split it up. Let's start with elementary. Number one, I'd really like to see those numbers on the girls in math, because I know that we saw those numbers back in the prior report, I want to say a few years back now. And I know it is a national problem, but something that we should also be focused on. And so I would like to certainly see, and if it changes in the middle school, that's great, but we need to understand why it's not, you know, not well represented in the elementary school. As for the pre-COVID scheduling issues as it relates to the pullout program for language arts and mathematics, now that we are in this COVID world and our cohorting model has changed quite significantly for ALP, as I know that my girls are personally experiencing favorably, they are there for a good portion of the day now. So we've sort of changed the model. How I should know, but of course I don't, because I don't really have time to talk to my children. How long are they in now the math and the sort of the STEM block? Because I think we might almost be there in this sort of COVID world. Especially because I do have to say, and I want it to be said loud and clear, because I think it's great. You listened to us last year, Bonnie. The board was very frustrated with the science change. It hadn't been your choice, I know, and it changed, and you heard loud and clear from the community and the board that it was not well received. And now that science is back into a pullout program, I have to say I am quite pleased. So if you could sort of address where we are in the current state, because maybe we're almost there on this sort of new idea of a STEM block and a language arts block.
We are there. We are there. We have a 90-minute STEM block and we have a 90-minute humanities block right now. So the students are in their ALP cohort for 3 hours, a 3-hour academic. 4th and 5th graders are in the morning, and then the 3rd graders are in the afternoon.
Have real data, and what's the experience so far? I guess feedback from the teachers, the administrators.
We have our first program. I'm sorry.
Kathleen, I'll take this one, Bonnie. Kathleen, I think you're raising some great points. And, you know, given the fact that I think we're 18 days into the school year, it might be a little premature to sum up experiences. I do think the initial responses that I've received from the principals is that in theory, the schedule is working and the opportunity for the cohort is in place and it's functioning. I think the response you're looking for dives deeper into, is it allowing for students to be more successful and engaging in the content? That type of question is more meaningful for me to get a response to, but I think it might take us a little bit longer to get there. But I just wanted to point out 2 key things. One, you're right, for students who are in their brick and mortar locations and they are experiencing this cohorting model, they're going to provide us with a data set that's unique to and not identified in the independent study. And I think we should pay close attention to what this tells us. I also think it's important for us to pay attention to the model that we have in place in the remote school, where it's basically a homeroom environment and the ALP students are there for the entire day. One of the things that was identified in the independent review was this notion of identifying several schools across the district where you could pool the ALP students together for a more holistic approach to their instruction. And I'm curious to see whether that if I'm the only one who's interested in exploring that, or if there's others who might want to see us dive deeper into that as well. Again, of course, everything within that report, I think, is widely known by any building administrator who's been here for quite some time. The fragmentation of reading and writing needs to be fixed. The idea of marrying STEM and humanities together makes complete sense. So there's a lot of good that was reinforced by the the report. But I also want to go back to what Karen said, and I think you need to have the background data that is supplementary to the actual independent review so that you can make the best decisions as a board as you possibly can. So I just wanted to jump in and just mention a couple of those points.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question, Peter? So as we, and I imagine this is on everyone's mind because it's sort of the elephant in the room. So as you go from elementary to middle school, we obviously see a significant change in sort of the opening of the program, as I'd like to call it. We see it in the data. I think we all always knew that. What is the takeaway here? Are we aiming to find a way to change the metrics for the identification process in elementary school? Or are we looking to reduce the acceptance rate in middle school? Is the answer somewhere in between? I'd like to sort of get your reaction to that, Bonnie, Mark, whomever, Tony.
I think that the answer is somewhere in between. That looking at that we want to give every student the best possible education we can. And however we do that, that's what we need to do. And they need to be challenged to their fullest potential. Whether that happens to be in a class labeled ALP or advanced or AP or not, they need to be challenged. And I think that that's one of the things that I brought up earlier, is that that's what we're all committed to. And how we make those decisions based upon the data about what placement and what class those students need to go into, I think needs to be looked at. Because we don't want the students to be struggling and in a class that they're not going to be thriving in, but we don't want them under challenged either. And so I think that that's why that when we're looking at this, not only does the process need to be looked at carefully, but it also, we need to be completely transparent. There are students that it is complex. It is difficult for some of the students to be placed because of the complexities. Twice exceptional students, those students who culturally, linguistically diverse, low SES, all of those demographic groups that we can talk about, the girls in math. You know, that when we're talking about that, then what is it that we need to do about that? And how do we make that so that it's completely transparent and we're doing it with fidelity? And it doesn't matter whether a parent comes in here and sits and talks with me about their child or not. Mark, Mark or Tony, did you have anything to?
I would just add, I do think it's very different in elementary than secondary. And I would say in secondary, it's actually been a little bit of the opposite that we were studying last year. And that comes back to equity and access for all children. And what we found is that often we are gatekeepers for children getting into, for instance, advanced level math, and we don't always know who really is going to be successful. And just relying on, you know, us to place children, when we went and looked at our children, for instance, that were going into freshman level advanced English or math, and we last year studied the children that were being placed by teachers versus the parents who were overrides, they were performing exactly the same. And both of those groups had 3 or 4 children that weren't being successful. So it really told us a lot, I think, about following even the College Board open access, which is what they're all about for advanced placement for high school. So elementary, I think, is a different challenge.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I guess my question has already been addressed a couple of times, but I speak more plainly than most people. The eloquence of my predecessors in this discussion, I speak plain. It seems the helicopter parents get their kids into ALP a lot more than the non-helicopter parents. I guess you showed a stat just now that the free and reduced lunch kids seem to be underrepresented in ALP. So I guess that was said in a lot nicer words than I just said it. So basically, I had a kid in ALP, a few kids that were not in ALP, but it seems every year the same story goes around that the pushy parent, helicopter parent, gets in there and gets their kid into the advanced programs. So obviously some deserve to be and some do not. Sometimes some kids are misevaluated, some are not. All I can say is it's talked about every year, and we just have to make sure we work hard to make sure that the pushy parent doesn't get their kid in a program they don't deserve to be in.
That's why I think it's important that we have everything codified, and so it's more transparent. This is what needs to be, this is what's done, and this is what it looks like.
Thank you.
I must say that when I looked back at the last time we had an external review in 2012, and when I first brought up the racial issues, is that our free reduced lunch, we had at that point in time, our representation index there was a 0.29. You're looking for at least a 0.8 there. So we were in the tankers. Right now we're at 0.44. So we're making progress. I'm happy with the progress we're making. I think that we can be doing more.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair.
I generally don't comment on what other people say, but I'm amazed that we just called all these ALP parents whose kids are, to all the ALP parents out there, I don't believe you're a helicopter parent. I don't think using pejoratives like that about you is good for us on the board. I have to separate myself from that kind of thinking and comment. Bonnie, I think I'm a little confused here, and this is probably, as you can imagine, my many years of you presenting on this program and your predecessor presenting on this program. I'm a little confused by, I don't go in for what's popularly called identity politics, but I guess since it got raised, I'm going to indulge in it for a second. I'm on page 15 of the report.
Mm-hmm.
And it says student demographics, and it says total population versus advanced learning, and it's broken down by race.
Right.
I just think is abysmal to be doing, but but I'm looking at these numbers, and it says, according to this, if you follow this kind of racial balancing quota argument, Asians are overpopulated and Latinos are underpopulated.
Asians are very well, Asians are well represented.
Right? What?
Asians are well represented is the term used by the researchers.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the politically correct language. You guys raised this point, you put it on the table. I'm just looking at the data here. I'm just understanding if I'm reading it right. Black or Africans, they're the same as African American are the same as the population at large. Whites are the same as the population at large, right? The issue is, if you want to make this disparity argument, which I don't want to make, I don't subscribe to it. But so what we're really talking about is, to your argument, there should be more Latinos represented. And I don't know what you'd say about Asians, but that's essentially what this boils down to, correct?
I don't want less Asians. I just want more Hispanic and more free reduced lunch.
Okay, well, right. This free and reduced lunch thing is, okay. So I think we have as a board a question that relates to this program that we never seem to run to ground. It's a policy question. And, you know, every superintendent brings up talented and gifted. That's a very specific model. And our program has never been a traditional, everywhere else in the country, tag program. And I think we have to answer the question is, what is the purpose of this program? And who does it serve? And then you can answer the questions that Mark has raised about, and Bonnie have raised about separate schools, who should be admitted, so on and so forth. I tie this back to our strategy and our mission and our vision. That's why we have to be a mission-driven organization. We've talked about this as a board. Our mission is really clear. We want to treat kids as individuals, not as groups, not based upon their sex, not based upon their financial situation, not based on the color of their skin. We made a strong statement as a district that we're going to treat all 9,000 kids individually. And we resource the school system with data systems, staff, all of it, to be able to move away from this group identity decisions about education to making the right placement for a student based on who they are as an individual, not what group they're in. And Bonnie, you kind of talked about it. And we're in this place where when I went to school, you know, all kids sat in a classroom together. Then when my kids came along, there was differentiation. Either it was done in grouping, which is what the ALP program is, or it was some other level of looking at the kid individually and giving them the education that they needed based upon how much they could consume. What were they ready for? Mm-hmm. And we need to always be pushing that barrier forward for each and every kid in the district. And I think the thing that the ALP program is kind of in this state of suspended animation of what it is today is it says, I'm going to take a group of kids. I'm going to say these kids are able to accelerate beyond grade level. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie. Beyond grade level, and I'm going to teach them at a more accelerated pace. So the ALP program in the elementary school is supposed to be at least grade level above where the kid is in. And that cascades through the whole system. And I think as Dr. Jones said, she's right about that. It's about looking at the high school, and the high school does this really well. Instead of just dealing with groups, how do they figure out what's the right academic program for the kid? I don't think we solve the problem of kids who are not reaching their growth potential by taking an accelerated program and kind of lowering the floor. We need to figure out what the reason for being of this program is, what need it's serving, and we got to get really clear on what it is. Bonnie, as an example, it makes no sense to me that if we have a program and we're testing kids, we don't care they are academically. That's what we care about for this program, and that's what they should get placed in. This idea of like we're shooting for a target to take 20% of the kids in a particular school, whether they're ready for this level of acceleration or not, and we're doing that to take pressure off of an individual classroom. To me, that sounds like we're really twisting ourselves away from our core mission, and we're twisting ourselves away from what this program is. It's not to say we don't still have the issue of, call it free and reduced lunch kids who are not meeting their growth potential. We have to solve the problem of, and this problem has always existed, and the whole time I've been talking about this on the board, how do you get a kid who's at grade 3, and when they exit grade 3, they're not just at the cusp of grade 4, but they're in the middle of grade 4. How do you do that? And that's the fundamental problem that is just persistent in Greenwich Public Schools. In a lot of cases, we're really good at moving all our kids along at grade pace. We have never been able to solve the problem in mass of how do we get kids to grow more than a year so that they can move from the basic program into the accelerated program. And that becomes the right academic setting for them. So I say that because I think to the board, this is my suggestion to the board. We're going to keep having this conversation about placements and scoring and 15 points and all the rest of it. It's all a distraction. We have to work with the administrators as a board to get really clear. What is this program? What is its purpose? How can it be designed to support our core mission? And stop taking people like Mark and Bonnie and not being clear about that. And then they wind up jumping through hoops to try to make the program into the, I don't know, Uber thing that solves all problems. That's just not realistic. And we do need to have the conversation about equity, access, how do we improve performance for kids who are in free and reduced lunch who are laggards. But it seems to me it's misplaced in this conversation. Maybe ALP is a tool in that, but it's not going to be the tool. I also think we have to clarify these questions because we got to stop asking them. I don't know whether it's done in the curriculum committee in conjunction with the policy committee eventually, but somebody's got to work on this problem so that it becomes something that the whole board discusses, a decision gets made, and clarity is given to the staff and to the community. That's what I'd like to see us do moving forward. This is a great program. It's wonderful. It's the core of what we do. It's always been a great program. It's built on the big legacy of people who came before, Barbara O'Neill, other people. You know, it's a jewel in our crown. And I think we just need to spend a little bit more time talking about it and answering some of the key questions. Last point I would make, Mark, I love the idea of the Stuyvesant School inside Greenwich. But you have to go back, if none of you have read this, or you didn't have an occasion to read this, you need to go back and read the community survey that came out the last time we went through racial balance. It is definitive on parent attitudes about schools. And one of the things that's just so overwhelming is the commitment to neighborhood school for social emotional reasons. So I've always loved the idea. I always said, you take a magnet school, make one a sports magnet, right? You'll have a gazillion kids fly over there. But that breaks down what the community really values. So I think we need to be a little more thoughtful, not look for these silver bullets, but I'm glad you raised the question and thank you for thinking out of the box.
Peter, one of the suggestions in best practices that I think addresses a lot of what you're talking about is the creating of a talent pool. That these are the students who exhibit high potential who are not yet enrolled in the ALP program or in the honors level courses. And what it does is it brings them up. There's a number of very promising studies being done and places that do it. Fairfax County does a Young Scholars program. UConn is in its, I believe, 5th year of Project Spark. These are all things that my personal recommendation would be.
Bonnie, I think this is great. My suggestion would be, Peter, we probably need to find a place to, my suggestion would be if the board wants to spend any more time on this, they ought to find a place to park it where some people can work on it. Peter, I'd leave that with you, and then have some people do some work around, board members who are interested in it or put it in a committee or something so that this kind of conversation can go on. And maybe it seems to me eventually it's going to fit to the conversation on personalized learning if that continues to be our go forward strategy. So it plugs into a lot of places. And Peter, I hope you'd work from an agenda perspective to think about maybe where to have this conversation. If people want to have it, I do. But I'm one person.
Mr. Kelly?
Maybe I misrepresented myself, or maybe I'm being misrepresented by a fellow board member, which I certainly don't appreciate. My comment was about the appeal process. My comment was year after year, it seems that children who are not quite identified as gifted often, with assistance, find themselves in a gifted program, or certainly in my experience, I witnessed such things. And then you hear stories from others of such things happening. Whether they happen or not, certainly there are stories of them happening. Certainly all of the selected gifted students that are given the opportunity to participate and help do not have pushy parents or helicopter parents. Oftentimes it's the kids that might not qualify who all of a sudden get into the qualification or qualify for it, is what I made reference to. It's a discussion every year. I just want to make sure that, and I brought this up once before, and it should really be watched closely. So once again, I don't appreciate being misrepresented by a fellow board member. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bonnie, a couple things. One, I want to make sure you understand not all board members agree on student demographics not being an issue. So I would appreciate continued looking at the identification criteria. Certainly not asking anybody to lower the floor, but really looking to make sure that our criteria is identifying the right students at the right time and making sure they're getting the supports they need to thrive. One of the places I see that is making sure students who weren't in ALP, at least for one subject in elementary school, when they start more advanced courses or honors level courses at middle school, that they get supports to make sure that they're ready to succeed. The other challenge we of course have now is a budgetary one. Because several of the things that are in the report would require changing to the staffing model, changing to the program. Unfortunately, knowing where we likely are going to end up for next year, I'm not sure it's in the cards, but you know, if more work is done and that's something that we think is necessary down the road, I certainly think we should have that conversation. With that, Ms. Hirsch, I see your hand up.
Oh, I was just going to, well, I mean, I think a lot of the points, additional points I was going to make have sort of been made, and just suggesting some of the areas that are noted in this report that don't have a budgetary impact would be a good place to start for a continued discussion. The identification process, the appeals process, and how we ensure that our program is representative of our current student population, which is actually one of the goals that was listed in the last ALP program audit, I believe in 2016-17. And I know there were goals specifically listed that we haven't had an update as to where we are on those. So I think before we move forward in making a complete revision of the program, which by the way is, as Mr. Scher noted, a shining jewel in our program, I think it serves our students in an incredible capacity and allows more individualized education, both in our general education classrooms as well. But I think that there's some areas and topics that we could certainly go forward on, continue a discussion without a budgetary impact, because I do agree it's needed.
Ms. Downey.
I wanted to talk to Bonnie. It seems like a lot of our discussions here are focused on the identification and the means of delivery, which are all logistics issues to a certain extent, which I think we can have a discussion on or leave it to the educators to make some recommendations and move forward. But Bonnie, I think it seemed to say that our curriculum that we're providing to the students and the instruction and the training we're giving to our staff are all in a good place. If you want to just kind of elaborate on those, because we haven't really talked about those.
Our curriculum needs to be refreshed and aligned to what's going on in the general education classes. For instance, within humanities, there were core curriculum units that were updated in 2018. We've not updated ours yet. So what we need to do is get onto the same cycle as where they are. And that's what is delineated in the Appendix A. is to refresh and make sure that we're completely updated.
And that our staffs have the tools
The
and the
staff,
training.
the staff has the tools in order to do it. We need to continue providing the professional learning opportunities for them, both through on-demand professional learning, using the synchronous and the asynchronous, using all of our program time that we have.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
As a board 4 years ago, there was a commitment made to do program reviews of every program to look at their efficacy and their effectiveness. To date, none of them have been done ever. So for the last 3 years of this board, not one has been done. I would love to start somewhere. This seems like as good a place as any. It's a small, very effective program. They've raised some proposals that may have budget impact. That's a perfect place to have a discussion about a program review. We have more than 45 programs, so somebody should start, and particularly after talking about it for years, we should get at it.
So, Mr. Chair, good point, because my next comment was going to be about that. I know we've had a request for some data. This is actually an external review. As Bonnie noted, the last one was done in 2012. So I think the next logical step is the program review. Following off of this, coming with the recommendations, there's a prescribed format and policy, and we will talk at the next chair meeting about how to schedule that out. And I think that'll be the next logical discussion point. Seeing no other hands, we're going to move on to our next discussion topic, which is Lincoln. So Mr. D'Amico, I'll turn it back to you.
Chairman Bernstein, thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, I want to start by just recognizing that on Monday it was World Teachers Day. So I'd like to just take a moment and say thank you to all of our hardworking and dedicated educators out there. I know we still have 163 participants, and I imagine some of those are our teachers who are listening in with intent tonight. I'm eager to start our conversation together on our newest instructional tool known as Link It. I know you received an overview in the spring, but tonight we're actually going to take this for a test drive. When I first started to engage with the platform, I quickly learned the power that this tool possesses. And it's my hope that we can find some common understandings about how, when, and for what purpose we should use this instructional tool. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the show Hometown on HGTV. For those of you who have never seen it before, the show takes place in a very small town in Laurel, Mississippi. The appeal for me is this. The designers, Ben and Aaron Napier, take families to these dilapidated old houses in the hopes to get them to invest in the community by buying and renovating them. It's priceless to see the look on their faces when they first take a gander at the poor condition of these structures. But what is truly special is when Erin presents them with a watercolor and she says, I want you to imagine what could be, not what is. And so I share this with you tonight in the optimism that you'll keep an open mind as to what could be with Link It. Now, sure, on the surface, it would be easy to label this as an assessment and then want to examine the numbers or the results. But I fear if we go down that path too quickly, I firmly believe we will miss a tremendous opportunity to allow our teachers to delve into the heart of what Link It was meant for. It's really meant to allow teachers to access real-time instructional data that can inform individual decisions, student by student, class by class, on future learning paths. And this directly speaks to what Mr. Scheer was talking about earlier, getting to the individual student and identifying how to support them. Now, if we simply classify this as a test, I fear that this instrument will not reach its fullest potential, and we could end up having similar conversations akin to the STAR and other measures we've used in the past. Now, make no mistake about it, we are definitely in the infancy stages of learning this tool as educators, and I would love to see us give the teachers ample time this year to learn this tool properly and extensively. Now, I know it's on everybody's mind. What about a parent report, right? I know you want to know the answer to that. And I'm going to be candid. I definitely think there's a place for using these findings to share with parents as a conversational tool to inform student progress. That said, I don't believe we've yet identified what is the best information to provide. And it's my hope that the board will support us doing our due diligence in onboarding this tool in the most effective manner possible. So conversations between teachers and parents can be specific, they can be clear, and with a common and shared understanding of what the results are, but more importantly, what they are not. And so with that, Mike, if you could bring up our presentation, I want to just give you a quick overview. Thanks, Mike. So slide 2, Mike. So I want to stress this. This is new. We're going to call these or refer to them as ELA and math benchmarks. They were administered in the Linkit platform. I think it's also important to know what Linkit is. It's an assessment management and data analytics tool. It's an assessment authoring platform. It's an item banking, it has item banking capabilities, but it's also an assessment delivery platform. During the window of September 14th to the 25th, we administered this to grades 2 through 8. Students were exposed to prior grade level standards. And this is probably not what we will do moving forward, but the purpose for giving prior grade level standards, and for those of you who tuned in all summer know that part of our responsibility to the state was to identify how we were going to examine potential learning gaps because of the COVID disruption to our educational process in the spring. So what we want to do is allow the administrators and the educators to review the learning summaries at 3 levels, at the district level, the school level, and the class level. And we want to focus this as an instructional planning tool to ensure both personalized learning and improved outcome for all students. Now, sure, at the district level, we could use this tool to evaluate our programs and to adjust our curriculum accordingly. I think we just need a little time to familiarize ourselves with this platform and recognize truly what the benefits will be moving forward. So if we go to the next slide, I just want to show you an example. We can move over this one, Mike. So this is just, this would be a district-wide view. You know, and really what I wanted to talk about here is this wouldn't be very useful for a teacher, but from a district perspective, this view over time can help us identify emerging trends and outcomes. And so let's just take a look quickly at the grade 2 bar. What that basically represents is it says that there's 427 of the 636 second graders that took the grade 1 learning event were able to answer 80% or more of the questions correctly. Now, again, I want to emphasize that this would be used at a district level. This is something I would look at with curriculum coordinators. And over time, if we saw that there was a particular drop in a grade level, that tells us to dig in deeper into the curriculum.
Mark, is this real data?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you can move forward to the next slide, I just want to show you it's the exact same thing for ELA as well. But really what I wanted to center this, this opportunity for all of you on tonight is, okay, so we gave this, the teachers are absolutely excited to use this tool. How do they specifically use this tool in this particular instance where we're very keenly trying to identify the learning gaps that are present due to the COVID disruption? So I'm going to turn the presentation over. Mike, you can switch to the next slide. And I want to introduce Dr. Lori Elliott, who's going to take us through a 5th grade ELA example of just what teachers will do in order to identify how they will support instruction for students who need it at a particular level based on what the Linkit learning summaries tell us. So Dr. Elliott?
Thanks, Mark. So Mike, if you'll switch over to the next slide for us. This is an example at 5th grade. A teacher could, if you think of sort of slicing the data in several ways, this is one way that a teacher could see for her or his class and the students in that class and how many questions they got correct based on the standards that were assessed. So it's a pretty good overview of seeing or highlighting where there would be trouble spots. Let's look at the next slide. This one digs even deeper for that teacher, and what you'll see if you look sort of in the middle with the yellow and the green bar at 45% and 57%, this one is showing you the question that was asked, what the standard is for that type of question, how many of the students got that correct, and then you'll notice, and this has all been anonymized, so it is an actual set of data from our school district, but you will not see our student names. You can see where the students have now been grouped for the teacher about which students need the most help, which would be the red area, which students also need help in the orange, and which of your students are doing a little bit better in that light green, and then the students that we would consider much closer to mastery at the bright green. But although this helps us see where, you know, my students are for this standard, there's still more that I have to do as the teacher to actually make a change for these kids. So let's keep going to the next slide. We're going to take a look now. I want to take you through the process that I'll actually be using with the teachers in the coming weeks on how they can act on their results. So we're going to continue with this 5th grade example. And one of the first things that we would do, thinking back to the charts that we've just looked through, is what are those, let's say the top 3 of the lowest scoring standards? Let's start there, right? That's a good place to start. So Jin Lau actually gathered up the chart that you see here for us for 2nd through 5th grade and those lowest scoring standards. Now we have to dig deeper than this though. So next slide. Thank you. So then what I've done is I've gone in and I've pulled out the other lower scoring standards for each of our anchor sets, if you will, in ELA. We have reading literature, reading informational, we have writing, language, speaking, and listening, but on this assessment, those final 3 anchors weren't assessed. So now I see as a teacher, I'm not just looking at informational standards, I've also got some literature standards that I need to work on. So next slide. So this is when we get into the nitty-gritty work as teachers about what do I teach next and how do I take what I just learned from this assessment and make changes in my classroom today so we can move quickly with our students. So we have to take a look at our pacing guide that already exists, right? And we're going to look at how can we spiral in this other support. So you'll see the pacing guide for the beginning of the 5th grade humanities here on your screen now. And then Mike, if you'll animate for me. And you'll notice that right now we're in the middle of a unit working on literature, and our next unit is going to be working on informational. So you'll see sort of pacing guide on the left, anchor standards on the right. So knowing that right now there's some pieces we could tackle instructionally, and there in our next unit we'll have other pieces to tackle instructionally. Let's look at the next slide. So now we've got to, of course, take a look at the curriculum. We have a curriculum. We're not trying to completely change our curriculum. We're trying to spiral in those extra supports. So here's just some screenshots of our curriculum that's coming up in the nonfiction piece. If you'll scroll forward for me. And we have to make sure that we're sticking to our standards. So based on what were our lower standards, what we're about to be teaching in literature, you can see here I've already done this work, but we have to go through each standard and actually pick out what are those specific skills we're teaching. And so that's what you see in bold here on your screen. So next slide. And now we're looking at how were these questions asked on the assessment? And how does that align to our standard? And how can we generate our own, our final step here would be generating our own questions and tasks with our kids. To do that, though, we really have to analyze these question stems and answer choices. So there's a whole process that we'll go through as educators to learn how to dissect these stems and answer choices and what that effect could also have on a kid's success, as opposed to whether or not it was mastery of the skill or mastery of the test type, if you will, question stem. So here's an example for that first standard in reading literature. These came straight from the test, so you can see I've sort of blacked out some of those keywords for our presentation here. If you'll show us, Mike, for the next piece. Thank you. We also have a few questions that were asked of our 5th grade students on point of view that you see here. So on the next slide, you can see how through a process again, teachers will learn how to, after we've dissected those questions, we've dissected the standards, we know it's coming in our curriculum, and we know what we need to embed. Now we need what we're actually going to use in class. So if you'll click for me, Mike. So you can see here a sample of a task and a question that we would use in class to mimic what was being covered through Linkit, but also in a meaningful way into our own curriculum, so that we're not sort of, shoving a square peg into a round hole. We're making it all make sense for the kids. And we have one more example here for another type of question and activity that can be done in class based off of those point of view questions. So on the next slide, you'll see that through, and we repeat this for all of our skills, but so this one process, we're able to actually do 2 things, which is 1, close skill gaps, and 2, tackle what is sometimes an issue with verbiage, DOK levels, depth of knowledge, and the leveling of the kinds of questions we may be asking in class versus the kind we may see in standardized settings. So by going through this one full process, if you'll click for me, Mike, you'll see that we can cover essentially 2 things at once. And we also don't have to do that thing where sometimes you may hear of sort of pausing the curriculum and doing test prep. We don't want to do that. We're losing learning time. We don't want to prep for tests. We just want to know that our students we already know they're going to score high because of how we've dissected data like this. So our last slide just shows the timeline of where we've started. And of course, this will be ongoing. But the support that's been provided by Jin Lau and her team, and she's training super users at each of the schools, which started in June. But you'll notice the arrow there, that carries on every month. I know they've already had multiple meetings even this month, and that support that will carry on through the year. Back in June, July, I streamlined our ELA curriculum to go ahead and account for this break in regular schooling that occurred from March to June, and then use that information to straighten out our pacing guides so that we would have the time to spiral in the skills, as I just showed you, we're going to do. During our August back to school, Jin Lau also prepared 7 smaller sessions for teachers to go through on their own to learn extensively about Linkit. And it sort of rolled out like one led to the next. So as teachers were ready, they could take on another training. Then of course you can see our administration occurred in September, and then October and November just coming up soon, the other supports that we'll be providing our teachers on, like Mark was saying, using these results to actually tell a story about what's happening in class and make very actionable improvements using our curriculum and those instructional tools that our teachers have to make change quickly in the classrooms.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions?
While we're waiting for board members to raise their hands, I'll just say it shows amazing promise. I understand it's new, but obviously we're starting by using it as a progress guide for where we left off last year. So hopefully the teachers will run with this and help fill those gaps just as quick as possible. Ms. Downey.
Lori and Mark, wow, this is looks like what will be an amazing tool for the staff, for the administration to really, you can really see things when just looking at that one example as a district as a whole. And I think the detail that you can use it in the classroom is spectacular. I was just kind of curious what kind of feedback you'd received from the teachers, you know, because new things can get a little complicated and people don't always like change. But just to kind of anecdotally, what you've been hearing from the staff in terms of usage.
You know, I'm going to categorize it as widespread excitement, but at the same time, and it's interesting, as I'm following along in the presentation, I also see my emails popping up, and there was a teacher, and I won't name her, who in capital letters said, "Thank you so much for pointing out the importance of giving us time to learn this tool well, so that we have the ability to have communications with parents on a level that will make us feel confident and comfortable in the message that we're actually trying to share." Again, you can rush something out, but I don't think in the end it's going to give you the information you're looking for. It might create undue stress and confusion. Give us a little time to learn the platform and all that it can do. And I think you'll be really pleased with the types of conversations teachers can have down the line with parents about how they can help support their children at home and how the teachers are actually very specifically helping their child in the school setting.
All right, Ms. Hirsch.
I wanted to echo Ms. Downey's comments and say, wow. I know we had a brief overview last year, but this was really an incredibly more in-depth discussion for Linkit. And I have asked several teachers that I know, some, you know, at elementary, middle school levels. And overall, every single teacher that I had spoken with has raved about this. So I know I'm really excited, and having watched the rollout of STAR and rushing to make sure that we added that parent component, I know it caused a lot of confusion and frustration on parent and teacher front. So if you are asking to make sure that our teachers have the time to utilize this and provide proper response to parents on it, I'm all for that too. Better to do it properly and do it right. So, you know, thank you for sharing this with us. And as long as we can support our teachers who help support our students, I'm all for it.
Ms. Kowalski.
So Mark, this is the first year we've had Linkit, and obviously we've had a huge database of material from prior years of testing our kids. And because this is the first year, how are we able to capitalize on the data that we already have for our kids and compare it to new data that we're getting to use to link it? Like, how are they interchangeable?
I can speak to that to ELA specifically if you want.
Go ahead, Lori.
We've started some of those conversations actually already at the schools, and looking at, for instance, we mentioned STAR a minute ago. You know, STAR is a part of our process. All students take STAR, so it is a data point that we use at a 1,000-foot view, if you will, as a screener to say, you know, is a child doing well? Might they need some support? But when we say, oh, they might need some support, we need other information to figure out what support they would need. And so we, for instance, give running records in ELA. That is another bit of information to get more in depth on where a student is in conjunction with reading. And what Linkit does is it provides us, through these benchmarks, very specific data, like the chart I was showing you where it would group your kids out by standard. So now we can sort of go from STAR in like a big picture, we can narrow in with the running record, and then we can narrow even more specifically, especially into comprehension, using the Linkit. So it's a matter of using all of those pieces to get a better idea of what a child needs. Even if it's a child who's at 99%, well, there's 1% that we could work on, right? So what's that one thing? This gives us very actionable information.
So do we end up testing our kids more often? Sorry, struggle with this double noise thing. Sorry, guys. So do we end up having to test our kids more often in order to get this data?
I mean, to me, I would say no, because they have different purposes. So one of the things coming to Connecticut from another state, and in a prior state, when we took our state tests at the end of the year, those tests, the actual tests, were released to us as well as student answers. So we could actually look at them and say, this is what happened, this is where we did well, these are very specific pieces that kids need help with. We don't get that in Connecticut from the SBA. So what we do all year is a matter of trying to assess to, statewide standards and being at a minimum on grade level, but we don't have a real way to assess and progress monitor across those steps. And that's what these benchmarks let us do. And we don't give them often because otherwise you're just saturating the data, right? Where something like a running record, we do give regularly. The younger the child is, because we expect them to be growing that quickly, and we want to make sure we're keeping pace as an educator for that child. Something like the benchmarks are much more broad, and by us being able to get very specific data out of it, you can see in the example I was showing you for 5th grade, we already, just in that brief time that I showed you, we have 5 things in 5th grade that we could very specifically work on starting tomorrow and start making those changes right now.
And we know that because of what? What tests did we give to those kids in order to understand where there were gaps?
That is through the through the benchmarks, the piece we just showed you. The using something like a running record is more behavioral. When you think of how a student encodes or decodes words, and that's something that I really have to do with you as a child. That's not something we do on paper because I can't get your reading behaviors out of your head on paper. So in that instance, the typical model that you think of sort of, breaking students into small groups and having guided reading groups, and we're all sort of functioning on this one skill as we progress. With Linkit, as a teacher, I can see, for again, those 5 different skills, I can see that at one time. In one administration, I saw that at once, versus something that I have to give to one student repeatedly to make sure we're growing. It actually cuts down on the amount of assessments we would have to give to make sure we know where we are and where we're going.
Yeah, and I would just add, we're kind of talking about this from that district perspective, but what I would really love to be able to do to bring back to the board, pick the meeting, but somewhere down the road, and it doesn't have to be that far down the road. I'd love to bring a principal and their data team back to show you just how active they've already been with this initial data and the purpose that it serves, because the principals are certainly looking upon this as an opportunity to really intervene with the curriculum in a way that allows them to be specific to the needs of every kid in their classroom. So, I offer that up if that's something that the board is interested in seeing, because that then drops it down to another level that's much more specific, to how it impacts individual student decisions.
So I think that's something, Peter, that we could take up, but I think that'd be interesting to see, particularly because this is a new program that we're using as a district. I think it would be helpful to see how well it's being received by the teachers and have more precise examples, given we'll have a couple more months into school.
Absolutely. And Karen, you brought up a good point, like where does this fit with the other assessments? So I actually went and looked at the assessment report that we took up at our business meeting, and it's online for all the parents to look at for elementary. And this was the first out of the box as a benchmark. And of course, you read down the list, there's a math pre-assessment, there's a screener for 5th grade, and so on. And so you can actually see in the progression where things stand and what they do. So it's actually very helpful for those who missed our last meeting to look that up. All right, Ms. Olson.
Oh, can I have one more question?
Sure.
One more question. Sorry, Megan. I'll be quick. So the last question I had is based upon this new system. Are we able to assess, how our kids are doing given last semester not being in school and having a remote school? And one, what did they learn? What did they retain? Are they on pace? How far are we behind? Are we able to tell that quickly with this new system?
So the short answer is yes. The purpose of giving the standards from the prior year was for the educators to be able to identify what learning gaps have emerged and which ones they need to intervene on and provide instruction around.
And will we, as a board, get an assessment of how the kids are, when will we be getting a report as to how the kids are doing, given that, you know, period of time we had in the spring of 2020 to see whether or not they're hitting their benchmark?
So we're scheduled to give the next Link It event in January, and that would be the one that we're going to use to identify what it is that needs to be addressed prior to the SBA being administered. That said, we did originally in the assessment calendar, we provided for 2 opportunities, and let's talk about this for a minute. The first was the event that just took place where we wanted to allow students to take the Link It that was for the year before. That was specifically to identify learning gaps. Then it was our thinking that we would have in a few weeks, have them take the fall benchmark and then a winter and then a spring. But again, going back to, are we giving too many tests in too short period of time, and is the value added significant enough to endure that? The answer was no in consultation with the building principals. So we are not giving the fall benchmark, but we are giving the winter benchmark, and the winter benchmark is kind of your mid-year assessment of where we are. And it also gives you that roadmap into what needs to be covered before the SBA. Again, my thinking may change and evolve on this as we interact with what it can do. And again, the benchmarks are only one facet of what Link It offers. And so I think there's a lot more for us to talk about down the road with this.
Okay, great. Miss Olson.
Yep, thank you, Mark and Lori. I think that, I think it was sort of mentioned already. Lori said that this will ultimately maybe cut down on testing. I think you answered this question already, because I shared the concern that I don't want us to over test the students if we layer this on. And I think ultimately it sounds like we're going to be fine tuning what we're looking for, so that we need to give less of the maybe SBA or less of the general tests down the road. I guess my concern is just sort of in the now. It's just sort of the, as we're trying it out, I'm not saying trying it out, we're adopting it, but as we're teachers are getting accustomed to it, and as we're learning all the many facets of this new test, of this new program, I want to make sure that we're not inundating the kids right now as we gather this information, which is important. We need to know where the gaps were, the COVID slide, et cetera, what happened last spring, and how we can sort of, where we can play catch up. But at the same time, I do worry a little bit that we're sort of testing them too much in the short run. I think, did we just give this to all, did we just give this to K to 6 or K to 8? We just recently gave this, or no?
2 to 8.
2 to 8, okay. And this was a test that the students were given, but this was one of the parents aren't given feedback. The parents aren't given, or the students aren't even given the scores yet on this one, correct?
Well, again, I hesitate to say scores, because really this is more informational for making instructional decisions.
Okay.
And that's why we really went heavy tonight on the presentation on the back end. What is the teacher using this data for? And they're really using it to inform how they're going to adjust their pacing.
Got it.
What content needs to be covered and what maybe doesn't need to be covered. You also don't want to get into instructional redundancy, where there's this assumption that I have to go back and reteach a bunch of things from the spring because I don't think they were covered. This verifies and vets where the teacher needs to intervene with her class, his or her.
Okay. No, that makes sense to me. I saw it from the eyes of, because I hadn't heard of Link It before necessarily, and I'm just seeing it through the eyes of 6th graders who are, hey, we took this test. Well, but I don't know how we did, and we can't know how we did, and we're not going to know how we did, and I want to know how we did. And, I was really excited to see they were actually interested, because I take sometimes a hands-off approach on some of these tests, a big time a hands-off approach. So I was like, oh, good to know you took this test. How did you do? I was excited they're even telling me about it. But And then they're like, well, we can't find out. The teacher said we're not going to know. I'm like, what do you mean? So I see I do see the point of it. And I do think that the teachers need the time, and absolutely being a teacher, I always sort of advocate for them to a certain degree, but we need the time to be able to understand and see how it works. But I just don't want to inundate them with it in the short run. And I don't want them to get so geared up for these things. We don't put at my house, we really don't put much parental pressure at all on tests. And I don't think it all geared up for this. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, but I don't know. So maybe somehow that can be sort of communicated to even the students in advance, if that makes sense. This is just sort of us figuring out.
It completely makes sense to me, though. Again, I think the dashboard style reporting platform really may in the future, and not so distant future, lend itself to having teacher and students setting individual goal setting for kids, and then that leading to student-led conferences with their teacher and their parent on what exactly they're working on, because the data is that specific to the child.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I mean, percentage point doesn't even mean so much, but this is saying, here's the objective, here's what you need to work on, here's where there's room for improvement, and here's how we're going to get there, which is much more exciting from an educational standpoint than where we were before. So I support it. I'm excited about it. I still don't fully understand it, but I think I will as time goes on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scher.
Mark, I had just a couple of clarifications, and then I wanted to be sure I understood something about this. When you talked about the fall, winter, spring benchmark, you meant what? Link it or STAR?
Link it.
So are we not going to conduct spring, winter, and fall, winter, and spring STAR now?
We are.
So we're going to do both.
Correct. Two different purposes, and
no, I understand it. We just doubled up on testing. So okay, the other thing is link it as I understood it is from the prior presentation it's essentially the questions that are asked, the testing that is loaded in the system is our testing developed by our people. And we've aligned to standards. That was what Jen said the last time she presented. Is that still true?
I can't comment on what she said.
So the item banks that are loaded in, that kids then go take a test in the assessment, these are item banks that we developed.
There are pre-loaded item banks from the company themselves. Now
from who? Linkit?
Yes. And what I will say is that Linkit has shown that these assessments are highly predictive of students' performance on both PARCC and.
And is there testing? Is there when they feed a kid questions, right?
Yeah.
Because the last time she was saying the teachers assemble the assessment by pulling items from the item bank, as opposed to it's a fully developed test by actually test experts, and that it's adaptive based upon what the kid asked. What is Linkit? Because I understood from Jen that Linkit was teachers selecting from the item bank to decide what their assessment will be.
So the version that we have given kids right now is what I would call a canned version, where there's predetermined standards that we are going to assess students on. And that was developed and created by Linkit, uploaded through their platform. We have the ability, Peter, however, to cater a particular Linkit event to the standards that we feel that Peter needs in order for us to better diagnose and understand your learning path forward. And we can pull those out of the pre-existing.
I was more going here, Mark. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep the guys moving. I was going to, if I take grade 2 and I have it across 11 elementary schools, are all those grade 2 kids getting exactly the same assessment?
That's a great question, Peter.
Or is it individual teachers picking items from an item bank?
No, it's the exact same test. Now, do they get the exact same question set? I'd have to clarify that. I wouldn't want to misspeak on that.
And
I believe they do, but the system switches the order of questions and the orders of the answers and things, so it's randomized.
I'm sure you can implement it both ways, right? I mean, this is just software. It's not hard.
Yeah.
It's just, the genius is not the system. The genius is the process thinking behind it. You know, it's only as good as that. And that was what I was trying to understand. The other thing is I'm worried about this, Mark. And let me tell you why I'm worried about it. This is a great tool, right? It's a great tool, and I saw it as a great tool for a teacher in a classroom who might be writing a departmental quiz that they hand out, which is a formative assessment to try to figure out where are kids, right? And this is just software that just automates that process, and it spits out the answer to the teacher in a much faster way. So it improves, I get the part of it improving teacher productivity, instead of them trying to figure out what it is. The thing that's risky here, and I realize our district is still in a little bit of the dark ages with its use of data. K-12 education is generally, so I don't feel particularly bad compared to other parts of our society, is if you start to march down this progression, which is a dangerous progression, is here's the SBAC. The SBAC is focused on assessing mastery of these Common Core standards, which is what are the standards that are lined up inside Linkit. And then we're actually assessing kid on, did you master that exact standard? If you're not careful, you can draw a direct line from teachers trying to get kids to master individual standards, direct line from there to teaching to the test. And I don't think our teachers do that. But if you're not careful, you could wind up designing a system that is teaching to the test. And you got to be really careful with this, because what gets taught or what gets done is what gets measured. And that's a maxim that's true in all things. Whatever you want to measure is what actually gets done. In the case of education, what you measure is what's going to get taught, because that's what you're trying to drive to mastery to. So this is a great tool to help improve teacher productivity. To your point, Mark, you got to go a little slow here, because for people who are still coming up on how to best use data to help improve their work, you could easily slip into making some mistakes, because where we are as our strategy as a school system is to teach the whole kid, take the comprehensive skills, take it to a higher level, pull things together. Lori, that's why in your case we have humanities, we don't have English and history and social studies, right? The whole point of that is to get these things to work together. This stuff is all about de-aggregating down to the component part. And I see it as a positive tool for teachers, but you got to be really careful about where this leads. Karen Kowalski's question, she might not have realized it, was dead on that point. So I'm glad you guys invested in this. I see its value to the teacher in terms of productivity. We got to be really careful what this does to the district long term. And we won't know it's happening because well-intentioned teachers are using it as best they can. And before you'll know it, we'll pick up our heads if we're not careful. And we will have been teaching down at the Common Core, standard level, and we're making sure they mastery, and we become, that becomes the entire reason to be. And I know our teachers are better than that, so they'll recognize that. But I'm asking you guys as the educational leaders to be very mindful of that potential trap in data like this.
I think it's a fair point, and I think that just underscores our importance of going slow.
Yeah. Mark, one last thing. This presentation, are you giving it to Mike so he's posting it on our?
Yeah, we sure
Because
are.
it looks like there was summary data in there that I know, I think it answered the question that was given to Dr. Jones. And I think the data that's in that chart probably answers the question of where are kids now coming off of the March 13th through June 20 homeschool, let's call it, remote learning. And where we're standing right now. And I think the way you did that makes a lot of sense. Go back, reassess at the end. Some of that was probably what they did or didn't learn in the spring. Some of it is what Ann calls summer slide. You know, you can't really put your finger on exactly what it is, but it does give us a really clear snapshot of where they stand the first week they come back, kids come back to school. And that looks like that data is in those charts.
Yeah, that's not an issue of us sharing that out.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you for the presentation. Interesting stuff.
Welcome.
And I presume that'll get posted after the meeting. All right, Ms. Downey.
I just wanted to follow up to one thing Mark said about ultimately coming up with a plan for the student and maybe with the parents. And I just wanted to and I know it's new and everybody's getting acclimated, and just in terms of thoughts you have for utilizing this information for parents, and is it kind of the kind of thing that would or would not be going on the report card, or to just be part of a parent-teacher conference? I know you said give it time, but just kind of what do you envision in terms of giving parents the tools, for example, the things they could be working on at home with their students?
Yeah, Christina, I think you touched on the one that excites me the most. Is I do think that, again, when the time is appropriate and our teachers are thoroughly trained and they're able to speak to it with confidence, I do see it having a place at the table during a parent-teacher conference. Because I do think the information is clear enough and specific enough that if a parent wants to go home and help their child in math, we could be very specific about how they could help and in what area they could help. So to me, that's what's exciting. But again, I caution everyone with this idea of let's walk before we run to make sure that we don't take a misstep somewhere along the way.
Mark, one thing I did want to point out, because we just talked about ALP, is the ALP students, at least in middle school, took the on-grade level testing. So I'm not so sure, we got the right results for them. So just something to consider down the road.
Yeah, and in full transparency, Peter, I do know that it took our students at the middle school level longer to complete this than anticipated. And so again, in the spirit of this is something new, we want to look at that because we want to make sure anything we ask kids to be engaged in is meaningful and it's appropriate and it's not too time consuming.
Okay, Ms. Hirsch?
I know this is, again, getting ahead of ourselves, but seeing as how we just discussed ALP, and this is so detailed and specific, is this something that you could see being utilized as part of identification if it is this detailed and specific?
I think I'll answer that question this way, Karen. I think the Linkit platform, the web applications and the way they're integrated is robust enough to look at it and to explore potential. I just think it's too new for me to say exactly how we would do that. I'm more excited about taking the ALP program and doing a complete review of it. There's just so much information from that independent review that makes me wonder what we can do better as a district and what we can build off of that are our past successes. That I love the idea of a comprehensive program review for ALP.
Thank you. I see Bonnie nodding as well. I just thought I'd ask quickly while we're learning the most about this system, just if it was an idea. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for the report on this. Very interesting, and we're looking forward to hearing more about it at a future date. All right, so the next item is the summer school report. So Dr. Carabillo, why don't you take it away?
On your agenda for tonight and last meeting that we had, the summer school discussion. before October 6th. And you all have the written executive summary. And I just thought I'd give you a little bit more information because I know that Karen had said, had asked for a couple of questions she wanted to know about things that worked and didn't work. So this summer, our summer school program was all remote with the exception of related services and evaluations, which were in person at Cos Cob Elementary School. Based on the feedback that we heard from parents during March through June, we determined that all summer school teachers would be required to have at least 50% of their class be asynchronous, face-to-face, with their students. So when the teachers applied for the summer school positions, they had to invite either Shemaine Johnson, Garfield Charles, the summer school coordinator, or myself to their remote classroom before school ended. All hired teachers, with the exception of a few teachers from outside the district, were observed before they were offered a summer school position. Now that was very different from what we've experienced before, because when we went remote in March, we really didn't know the expertise of the teachers and how things were going. So we really wanted to be able to have a better experience for the students and for the teachers and parents. The majority of the summer school classes were 2.5 hours long, with the exception of biology and chemistry. They were 4 hours long because of the labs. All of the teachers were expected to use the Google platform and Google Meets to deliver their instruction. So before the summer school began, the professional development was delivered by Dr. Lori Elliott and Sheila Savali. Other professional learning and important trainings occurred during that time also, such as cyberbullying, DCF mandated reporting, Jamboard, Google Meets, Google Classroom, and SEL strategies. We felt it was important for all teachers to have that review before summer school began. They also received professional development and during summer school to support their use of the Google Classroom and the following platforms of Flipgrid, Jamboard, and Nearpod. The middle school and high school acceleration enrichment courses had the choice of using Schoology or Google Classroom, but all used Google Meets for their classroom platform. Prior to summer school, teachers were also using Zoom, but we did not have the ability to use that during summer school. We continued our focus on K-8 literacy, using the Lexia interventions and other digital resources for students to practice their skills in both reading and writing. Many of the invited students also practiced and reinforced their math skills via Greg Tang summer activities, IXL, and problem-solving skills. So some of the lessons that we learned this summer, because it was a very new experience, were we would like students to have no avatars. That was the big thing in the beginning of summer school. Students chose to have avatars. And we realized that it made it more difficult to see if students were engaged, if they were in the class, if they were participating. So we said, yep, we don't need avatars. We also realized that students need to know a direct schedule for their class when they are in a whole group and then in a small group. And they need to have a consistent link back into the class. We also need to do a very explicit instruction and introduction for the students to Google Classroom and the various applications they will be using in that class before the beginning of the instructional piece of the class. It's also a good time for teachers to develop that relationship with students and to make sure that they know who the students are in their class, because summer school students do not necessarily have their own students. We also learned that we need to do more outreach to parents, teaching them about the platform, sharing remote expectations, communicating regarding student progress than we did in this short 5 weeks. It was also difficult to have students return to the Google Meets after they did their asynchronous assignments. So teachers would call parents or they'd email parents, and we just found it was very, very overwhelming. So Dr. Jones and I figured out, we talked with Michael Ting to see if we could have all of the elementary students have their own email accounts. And as you know from reading the information from Dr. Jones, they all now have their own email accounts. So that will make it easier to connect directly with the student rather than making sure that the parent is checking in on them. We found that our middle school math acceleration classes were not long enough this year, and we need to increase the instructional time for next year. We also need to do some revision to that course so that we can assure that the students are getting that foundational knowledge and skills that they need for the next class. Another thing that we found that we really needed because of remote learning is that we need a platform to host all of our assessments. And I'm kind of hoping that Linkit may be one of those platforms that we can use. I know that the math department at the high school is looking at it to see if they can house some of their assessments there so that they can do some benchmarking of where their students are. We have to review our digital textbooks accesses for all students before June 1st. We found out right before classes began that we did not have access to the math textbooks because they had been changed. So that's a lesson learned as well. The other thing about summer school in 2020 was that we did have reduced costs. And some of the reasons for the reduced cost were we had fewer students, so we needed fewer teachers. We had 231 fewer ESY students this year. We had 213 fewer regular education students. We had transportation costs for only the out-of-district ESY students, and I don't have that information yet, but it should be coming. We just were billed for it. There was a reduction of teaching hours from 6.5 hours to 3 hours or 4 hours for the teachers. There were no site supervisors. In the past, we've had 2 or 3 site supervisors, as well as the coordinator of summer school. And we also had a reduced time frame for our summer school coordinator. And we also had no administrative assistants. So that's a little bit more information than what the executive summary was. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Kowalski.
Thanks, Ann. That was helpful. So I have also just a few general questions. Do we know, and maybe Linkit is the tool, but a way to assess whether or not there any achievements were made with those kids that attended summer school versus didn't attending summer school that took the early assessments upon arriving to the fall year?
The one thing that I can do, and Jen Lau has said that she will do this for us, she has not had the time, she's been so busy at the beginning of the school year, was the students that used Lexia. Those were the students that we can see, did they make progress with Lexia in that 5 weeks period of time? And many of the students who attended summer school had already been on Lexia. So we can see if there was a progression through the end of the school year and summer school. But we don't have that information yet. What I'm hoping, depending on what we learn from Linkit and what we learn from our other assessments, is that would be extremely helpful for us when we determine what students should be invited to summer school. If we had that discrete information about each child, we could really develop a personalized program for each one of them. And it may not be just Lexia, it may be something else. It may be grouping students together for those skills and certain standards that they all are missing, because we might see that trend. So that would be very helpful for us moving forward to summer school. So we'll see what we can do. And as we learn more about that platform, hopefully we'll see different ways that we can utilize it to get information to help support our kids with exactly what they need.
That sounds very positive. Obviously, there were key differences between 2019 summer versus 2020 summer, and one of the factors that is seen is there was a reduced number of hours in school between what they did, and the focus this summer was on literacy and math as opposed to a 6.5-hour program. So what specifically did we take out? What classes did we take out that were otherwise offered to provide a 6.5-hour day versus a 3-hour day or 4-hour day?
The students at the elementary level had a full day, and what they did, they had snack time, they had morning meeting. They worked in small groups on reading skills and on writing skills, and then they had their Lexia lessons. So they would work on Lexia. Then they had some math time, not a lot of math time because the focus really was on literacy, but they also used some hands-on science activities that really integrated their reading skills, because we really do need that nonfiction reading and writing. So that's where they would get that kind of practice and instruction in the science. And then they had lunch and PE. So that pretty much took up their day, and maybe, and also an SEL lesson from last year, I believe they all had.
So in thinking about and taking what lessons learned from this summer into whatever next summer looks like, would the district ever consider doing a shorter summer school program that focuses just solely on the literacy and math, and maybe make it a 3.5 hour or 4 hour day versus the 6.5 hour day? I'm not looking at budget components and budget constraints, but obviously that addresses an issue. But what I'm really focusing in on is rather than having the PE and the snack time, et cetera, but the hardcore focus on just the academics. Would that be a consideration to be made, given what we've learned?
It's a consideration, but we also have to remember that these are kids and they need to be doing something that is exciting for them, and they need to have that action. So we have to deliver it in a different manner, but absolutely. I think that this year, having listened to what parents said and not having kids in front of the screen that much, I think it really made a difference in some of the classes, not all of the classes, because some of the teachers were more facile than others. But I think that it really gave us an opportunity to look at a different way of working with kids and working individually with them as well as in a group. And I think sometimes that can be easier if you're in a shorter period of time, because kids are constantly moving and changing from activity, from learning activity, from conferencing back to another activity. So it's not like they're sitting in a class. Sometimes, I can remember when I was in school, but that was a long time ago, that you'd be sitting there, you'd finish your work and there was nothing for you to do. Well, that's not what we want for our kids. So that's why I think that is definitely an option. And we can look at everything. We're open.
And I know that we're required to provide summer school for our ESY students. There was a significant drop off in the number of ESY students that took advantage of the summer program from 2019 to 2020. Do we have a general sense as to why there was that drop off?
Because they were not in person. The related services were in person, but the actual instructional practices and the time with teachers was not in person. So I believe that's why there was a drop.
Yeah, because you don't see the same percentage of drops in total students.
No.
In comparison. Okay. Thanks, Ann.
You're welcome.
And I think Dr. Carabilla will tell you there are some old timers on the board that have been pushing for more directed and interventionist approach to summer school. So this was a welcome pilot, not that we asked for it, but we got it anyway.
Yeah, we learned a lot from it. Unfortunately, I feel as though we used our children as a guinea pig, but I think that we learned a lot of valuable information from it.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, we started talking about this even before COVID, and it really was our intention that we would refine summer school so that it doesn't look more like a summer camp or something of that nature that was full day, because our kids can still go to Boys and Girls Club and all places around town for families that want that, but it is really be more targeted on literacy and numeracy in the summer so we can close the gap for growth. So that absolutely is our intent.
Yeah, I just think that's the right focus, right? I mean, as an educational institution, right, that's what we're supposed to provide. And if we're providing this extra in the summer, I think, yeah, I understand the outdoor play and that of the like that kids need to do and being off screens and et cetera. But I don't view that necessarily as our job during the summertime. I think if kids are going to summer school, it's for a short period of time to be focused on the key things that they need some additional support for over that time period or that summer time period. But I like the idea of a focused learning, and then, they can go on and play on their own time.
Absolutely.
Okay, Miss Downey.
Yeah, following up on Karen's point, one of the things I wanted to say is if we could get, I know we have a comparison of 19 to 20, and this year was kind of a weird year. Maybe a couple of years, the last 3 years before 20, and really focusing on the invited students and versus, because out of the 540, 278 were K through 8, and 224 you had as secondary, meaning high school, I assume. And it would just be interesting to see the trends in that breakdown if we're going to be thinking about rethinking it, so that we can then talk about what summer of 21 is going to look like. I mean, I'm sure it's probably somewhere in one of the many reports.
It's in board docs, but I can.
It's in board. It'd be nice to just see, just short and sweet, kind of like invited K through 8 students, how many we've had the last couple of years, how many secondary credit recoveries, how many for enrichment, and then we can kind of get a better picture of what we're talking about here as we rethink. Karen probably has it already. No, she's looking like she's done her homework on it already, so maybe she'll save you the work, Ann.
Well, what Ann has said is true. I know that they've done reviews every year, so it is in board docs, but I did pull some of it anyway.
One of the things I was surprised at when I was looking at some of the numbers was that we had more students participate in credit recovery than we have in the past. So I was very happy to see that. Means that the kids took advantage of being able to participate in this in a shorter period of time.
All right, Mr. Scher. Peter, you're muted.
Is it me?
Yep, it's you.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay. Ann, thanks for the report. Karen Kowalski asked a lot of the questions, and Christina asked questions, Christina Downey asked questions. I just wanted to be sure that I understood the financials. Maybe Sean can answer it. I don't know who's the best person to answer it. But it says here in 2019, we had 375 kids and our ESY costs were 1.2 million.
Yep.
And this year we had 144 and our ESY costs are 400,000 to serve those kids, right?
Correct.
And then on top of that, we had 173, which is our summer school program, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in our budget book, ESY is listed as budgeted at 1.509 million. So do you have any idea? That's a lot of money to have left over. That's a good problem to have.
Yes, it is. It is a good problem to have.
So it's like 1.1 million left over.
But I would have to defer to Sean. This is in our RRR account because we collect monies for it. We don't collect the money for the ESY. That is the district.
ESY is not
the
RRR,
district
but
pays
the
for it.
regular
No.
ed part is RRR.
The regular ed part is RRR. I mean RRR. What am I saying? RRR.
Okay, but I was just focused on the ESY costs. I was just trying to be sure.
Yep, these
that
ESY costs.
is the right number.
Mr. O'Keefe, you're on.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, we are aware that there is some savings, and we've been communicating with Roland about that. So we're going to take a look at the September actuals and see where we are. But I think we will definitely have some savings for this year, which is as you said, Peter, is good news.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you have to use it something else, I mean, there's a lot of puts and takes this year.
There are.
But is this number 400 a good number, Sean?
I had a 300 number when I reported to Roland, with actuals through the end of August. So,
Three closer to 300 or a number like 399?
no, it was closer to 300.
Okay.
So, but we'll take a look at it and we'll get a much more accurate number now that all the actuals are in.
And then to Ann's point on this other one, this triple R, we wound up spending 173. Did that thing generate did it break even or did it deficit or what did it do?
Not quite. It was about $74,000 we brought in for the
Okay, so
enrichment.
we had 100 that
Yep.
had to get paid for out of something.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ann, if I looked at this right, I read your thing. It says strength this year, we keep K-8 classes from average 14 students each. What happened at the high school? Because I tried to figure out the numbers. I guess it's 224 secondary, but that would have included, there's like a Venn diagram thing going on there. Because the kids who are in 6, 7, and 8
With
they're in
enrichment
secondary, aren't
classes.
they?
The
Or in that
enrichment
case, you're using the
classes
term
are
secondary only to mean high school.
No, I'm using secondary to be enrichment courses for 6th through 12th grade. The K-8, the invited students are the focus with literacy. And none of those students paid because it was,
Right.
they were invited.
Right.
So anybody that took the enrichment courses in secondary, meaning grade 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or credit recovery, that's what we considered secondary this year.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Thanks for the update on the program.
You're welcome.
Right, I think that's it on summer school, and that is the last of our discussion items. So the first action item is the Julian Curtis School Education Specifications. This is a second read. We took this up in the spring. We may or may not take action tonight, but we're going to make a motion to put it on the table. So I'm going to move that we approve the Julian Curtis School Education Specs as presented. Mr. Kelly, did you want to second that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. All right, turning it over to Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. We have done significant work on this educational specification because when we were in front of you last time, the Board of Education felt like the scope was a little larger than what you wanted us to be bringing to you. So tonight, Joe Costa, and I'll let him introduce his team, who's on the panel, is going to do a short presentation for you. Also, I just want to note Trish McGuire, the principal, and at least one of her staff members are also elevated if you had questions for her. And I did forward a letter that they had sent for board consideration for a couple of items that they just wanted the board to be aware of from staff perspective that they would love to see added to the ed spec. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Costa.
Thank you, Dr. Jones, and good evening, Greenwich Board of Ed. Pleasure to be here tonight. As Dr. Jones mentioned, we've taken a second look at the ed spec and also have included a feasibility study, which I believe everybody's received in your packet. It is very comprehensive. There's a massive information there, and obviously we can't present all of it tonight, but what we do want to do is present sort of an overview of what's contained in that ed spec and in the feasibility study. And we want to do it as, as efficiently as possible tonight, and then answer questions that you might have about any particular item that's contained within the reports. Before I do that, I want to start a PowerPoint, if I could, by sharing my screen.
I believe you are sharing your screen, yes.
Okay, with that, all right. Okay, here we go. Does everyone see the PowerPoint?
Sorry, Joe, not seeing it.
Mm-mm.
How about now?
No, we see you. You look
Yeah,
great.
we'll try again. Second.
As promised.
Here it comes.
Here it
There it
goes.
is.
We've got you.
See it? You guys good?
Yep, we can
Yes.
see it.
Good, perfect. All right. So before we get started, I want to introduce the team. This is really just the core team that's worked on the overall feasibility study and information you're going to be seeing tonight. Besides myself, I have Tina Greco, who's a project manager, and also the person that really pulled this massive information together and create a coherent study. Also have Mike Berger, who's our design principal, who took some of that information and with his team created some preliminary sketches, some concept sketches to help the board understand what this all means in terms of square footage and buildings and site and circulation and that kind of thing. We also had on our team Ricker Segan for landscape architect, diversified technology consultants for engineering, and we had professional associates construction services to help us with our cost estimate. So Julian Curtis School, fantastic older school, extremely well maintained, being a 70-year plus school, excellent condition. It was actually, we think it was actually designed before the war, but they waited until after the war to actually construct it. So many of the techniques, many of the systems were really pre-World War II systems. Construction is very robust and high quality. One of the nicest features about this school, I know it's not a design feature, but it certainly is an important feature when you're considering mechanical system upgrades, is the full crawl space below the building, which allows you to route piping and ductwork and other things without tearing up all the floors. The site has great traffic flow. In fact, one of the nicest things about this property is the long driveways that you have getting to the building. Building sits proud on a little hill. It's really an icon of the neighborhood. It really is a definition of a great old neighborhood school. It happens to be one of the largest elementary school sites in Greenwich, allowing for a full baseball field, softball field, play fields, playscapes in the back, and adequate parking and drop off. It's really terrific and really a fantastic asset. It is a familiar neighborhood school. Its architecture, its materials, its scale, its windows, everything really contributes to the overall feel and look of the school. Square footage wise, it's a relatively a small school in terms of some of the elementary schools we've seen nowadays, which makes it, intimate and nice. It's got about 60,000 square feet, and of that, about 3,000 square feet is in that basement area serving mechanical systems. Currently, the kindergarten to fifth grade has got an enrollment of about 320 students, and one of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight is the idea of bringing in pre-kindergarten as a new program for 30 students, making a total projected enrollment of about 350 students. At this point, I want to hand it over to Tina so she can talk a little bit about the issues that are going to be addressed in this project. And it really is broken down into two issues: the building system improvements and program improvements. Tina, you want to take it away?
Thank you, Joe. Yes, so as Joe just highlighted, this is a beautiful building. It's definitely nestled into the fabric of the neighborhood. And as he highlighted, we've separated the improvements into sort of two buckets or two groupings or categories. And the first is the building systems improvements. So while the building has all these beautiful old details, there are things that do make it it's in need of upgrades for just some standards of 21st century school buildings. The first is the ADA accessibility. Right now, you can see on your screen, there's a photograph of the entrance, which is not accessible. There's steps that you have to take to get in. That's one, just beginning with the entrance into the school. Secondly, some other things are the second floor is not accessible. There's no elevator, so that's a very basic requirement. There's things like the stage in the gymatorium is not accessible. And then there's other details throughout the school. In the top right corner of the, you see a bathroom. There are bathrooms that have been upgraded, but then there's some maneuvering clearances, or there's bathrooms that haven't yet been upgraded. So that's a detail throughout the school that we'd be looking at. Additionally, in the classrooms and throughout other areas, things like just the millwork. So here's a photograph of a sink, and it's not accessible. It doesn't have the knee clearance space. The reach for the faucet is too great. So those are the kinds of things. So you have the big items like entry into the school and elevator accessibility up to the second floor, and then the details throughout. So just some daily requirements. Another building systems improvement is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Often, you hear people say HVAC. So the building today is not air conditioned, which is becoming a pretty standard expectation of school buildings. The ventilation, getting a central air ventilation system. Now, as we've all experienced our COVID environment, we're now understanding the importance of mechanical ventilation even more so. So this is a upgrade for both comfort and health. This does pull with it, whenever you introduce new ventilation and air conditioning systems, generally what it pulls with it is the need to redo the ceilings and really replace the ceilings. And with that, you replace the lighting. So it's also this opportunity to replace lighting with updated LED fixtures. The next item is security and access control. In buildings today, especially in Connecticut, Connecticut has the School Safety Infrastructure Council that has set up guidelines for Connecticut state schools to recommendations and guidelines. One of the first things on that list is making sure that you have a hardened entry. So when we're doing schools, you create a vestibule that actually is physically hardened, but we try to, we make all the design intent is to make it not, look like it's physically hardened, but it is, has a level of ballistic proof to it. It is a place where visitors are enter into the school and their identity is vetted before they are able to go any further into the school. So it's a very important first part. There are lots of other elements to the security systems. There's things like putting film or having secure proof windows. And then, there's other standards that we generally don't discuss in public, but those are the kinds of things that would be part of this project. The fire life safety system. So currently here on the right side is a picture of a ceiling, and you can see that there's no sprinklers. So the building today does not have a sprinkler system. This is a requirement of Connecticut State schools. When we're doing all the work for the HVAC system and taking down the ceilings and the lighting, it is a natural time. It's an opportune time to do this requirement. And it is an upgrade, as I said, that's required by the state of Connecticut as well. Finally, with this building systems improvements, hazardous materials. A school of this age, we know that the assumption is that there are hazardous materials. In this project, this is because the focus of the scope has been for either these systems that we're going over now, and then I'm about to go into the program. The hazardous material abatement would occur only in the areas that are being affected or touched. And that is part of obviously this project. So as necessary is what we wrote. So now into that sort of second category, or what we were calling the second bucket of items, which is program improvements. The first one is the addition of pre-kindergarten, full day pre-kindergarten to the program of the school. And that would be 2 new classrooms. And the idea is that it would serve 15 students each in each of those classrooms, approximately. Today's kitchen, I'm sure if you've been to the school, you know and are aware that the cafeteria, the kitchen is woefully inadequate. It's not, it's tight, it's small, it's institutional looking, but then things like the kitchen, they don't have a servery. Basically, children are handed their food through a window. In addition, the kitchen is associated with the cafeteria, but for loading, trash, and deliveries, all those things have to cross an existing corridor to get to the kitchen. And so crossing that corridor means you're crossing the circulation and the traffic of children and teachers and administrators to from the outside of the building into the kitchen. And that's, you know, certainly not an ideal setup. Then the administration offices. So that is the office at the front of the building. It's a natural thing to upgrade at the point when you are addressing the front entry from an accessibility standpoint, and you are addressing the front entry from a security standpoint. The next part of that would be the administration offices, because that is, number one, who the people that are in that office are also the people that are the first to see anyone entering the school, and they're vetting the identification and just, you know, deciding whether or not that person can go further into the school. Additionally, right now, the office and reception area are very small. You can see here's a photograph. They do not, the size of the offices does not meet the demands of a school office in today's world. The school office, as everyone knows, is this sort of this hub that interacts with parents, teachers, students, and there's just not the space to adequately serve the school today. Finally, the nurses suite. So the health office of all schools, especially, I think we all have our eye on this today during the corona crisis that we're in. Even before that, the needs of this office were identified. There's no confidential area for the nurse to speak. The size is inadequate. Today, the demands of a nurse's office, they have to have the medicines to serve their students in locked cabinets and refrigerated cabinets. But now with the focus on corona, we also have recognized the need for an isolation room, and it not just for corona, but for anything where a student, if they are identified as being sick, it would be a room that they could go in until they're picked up by their parents or their guardians. And then also coupled with that, is the need for better ventilation. Okay, so in summary, that second grouping was, again, the program. It's the new pre-K classrooms, the cafeteria food service, the administration and security, and the nurse's office. So all of these things combined do require that the school have some area added to it. The school does not have enough area to today to work within the footprint to accommodate those programmatic needs. And so based on just the numbers, analyzing this based on those needs, we have looked at it and said, oh, it looks like it's, almost 10,000 square feet of space. So you can see here, the addition of the existing building is 60,515 square feet plus the 9,994, brings us to 70,500 square feet. This is just based on we've made this list of these needs and we've assigned based on, best practices and our experience, what those areas would be. And this is looking at it from just a programmatic sense. What we're going to find out as we move on into the presentation is, and this number will be adjusted because you'll see that when you start to develop concepts and look at this in plan, it then is shaped differently based on how spaces are laid out.
Thank you, Tina. Mike, do you want to talk a little bit about design and some layouts?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be back with you tonight. So I'll try to be relatively brief as it's getting later in the evening, and I know the board has received this in advance, so we look forward to any questions after our presentation. And if Joe, I'm not sure if your pointer shows up on the screen, thank you. So the next step really in the feasibility study is to take all of those improvements that Tina just listed, the building systems and infrastructure, as well as the programmatic improvements, and investigate how they might manifest into architecture. We do this so we can calculate the areas of new construction, renovation, mechanical improvements, etc. And then so we can put an accurate number to this, an accurate construction number. As Tina mentioned, we're estimating approximately about a 10,000 square foot addition. So we really have to prove that out in the plan. And this is by no means a finished building plan or design. We're very early in the design. We're really just testing out these numbers and kind of space proofing the building. So the first page here is just really an orientation page. The floor plans will follow this orientation where north is to the left. Elm Street kind of runs diagonal across the page. The site, as Joe mentioned and Tina mentioned, is a fantastic site. There's a very nice separation currently existing between bus and parent, which is something we often need to create, but these currently exist. You have fantastic athletic facilities. The play fields are great. You have a nice courtyard set up. So minimal work is actually being proposed to the actual site. So if you go to the next slide, Joe, I'll briefly walk you through the three existing floor plans. This is the lowest level of the full basement plan. As Joe mentioned, we do have some existing crawl spaces, which would be very helpful and useful during renovation of mechanical systems. And in the back of the plan, on top of the page, is the existing boiler room and associated spaces, which have full walkout. There's an existing areaway, which is excellent and very rare. The next page. This is the main level of the school, and this is where the majority of the work that we're proposing what will take place. As Tina mentioned, the accessibilities at the front entrance and the security issues right at the front door, the nurse on the right-hand side of the door, the administration office and suite and the sequence of arrival on the left-hand side, the gymnasium accessibility to the platform, the really inadequate cafeteria and kitchen servery, and actually the arrival sequence of food goods and actually trash and waste out to the loading dock. Currently have to cross a student and kind of pedestrian corridor. And then if you click to the upper level, Joe, upper level is majority are classrooms. And as you'll see in the plan, we're proposing really to minimize disruption and minimizing work to existing walls, especially structural components. So I think with that, we can jump right into the proposed site plan. So again, this is the same orientation that we just saw on the aerial image with north to the left. You'll see the three bright orange boxes. Those are the indications of the new additions that we're proposing. A few months ago, when we came to you, there was a much larger scope. It's approximately 2/3 the size of the scope that we're talking about today with new construction, and it completed that loop. We're creating basically a loop circulation with a fully enclosed courtyard. And now we have approximately 8,000 square feet of new construction, plus the renovation within the existing school. Some of the site improvements would include a pre-K, dedicated pre-K and K play area adjacent to the early childhood wing that we're creating. And with that, a paved area, modified hard paved area for the older students. There is some additional new parking being proposed for this plan as well. But as you see, the majority of the site, the existing bus loop and parent drop-off, and the bulk of the existing site will remain as is. Okay, next slide, please. Now this is the proposed. Again, this is really kind of testing out the ed spec and the program as we have it. And there are multiple design phases to go. So this is really just kind of feeling it out. This is the lower level of the basement. And what we highlighted in color in that gray is an area that might potentially require some work. So this helps us, and Joe will go over the construction numbers in a few slides, but this helps us identify a construction value to these areas. Anything that's white would either not be touched. Obviously, a lot of this is crawl space and unexcavated, but areas that are white would either not be touched or receive a lower value of renovation. So if you go to the next floor, Joe. So indicated in this pink color really were those three additions that were indicated on the site plan. So if you click it again, Joe, those will disappear so we can read the floor plan. So this is the main level of the school. I think maybe it makes sense to start in the lower right-hand corner and work our way around the plan briefly. So this constitutes the largest area of new construction, which would house the 2 new pre-K classrooms, 1 new kindergarten classroom, and then kind of connecting those would be this pre-K atelier, pre-K and K atelier, which is really a multi-purpose space, which would serve all the 3 kindergarten rooms. 2 of them would be renovated, existing, 1 new kindergarten, and then 2 new pre-K. There's also a proposed new entrance, secondary entrance for the younger kids to the right there, Joe. So a parent can park and walk their child to school and then pick them up as well. So we see that as a nice secondary entrance without having to enter the hustle and bustle of the main entrances of the school. To the left of that, maybe we'll go to the front door. Joe, the front door improvements that Tina mentioned, obviously making this accessible with some new ramps, which work nice with the existing architecture, which is already established. The security improvements of the vestibule, as well as the nurses suite and administration suite on right and left. You see how much more space the administration suite takes up, and that displaces a classroom, again, which is accounted for within the existing building. We don't have to go through it now, but as you'll see, every classroom, every class level has a grouping of 3 classrooms with the exception of pre-K, which only has 2. So you note here, we have first grade 1, 2, and 3 located close to the front door and closest to the youngest kids of the school. So we think it's an appropriate location for them. Just to the left, we indicate at the intersection of that main corridor and right by the main doors, we're indicating a good location for the elevator, which will serve the main floor and the upper level, making the entire facility accessible for those with disabilities. Into the platform in the gymnasium auditorium, either a lift, a limited use lift can be installed, or we're actually looking at incorporating a permanent ramp in that secondary passageway. We'd love to study that as this moves forward. A big swap, one of the bigger moves kind of renovation wise would be potentially swapping the media center with the cafeteria. As mentioned, currently any loading and trash, food deliveries and trash has to cross that corridor into the undersized kitchen and servery and cafeteria. So if we relocate the cafeteria and kitchen over to where the media center currently is, with a small addition to right size it, there's an addition on the right hand side, we're able to reconfigure the loading with a new loading dock in a very similar location. So loading would still happen the same way in the same location. You can now bring goods into the school and directly into the kitchen and receiving area without entering into any of the public spaces. And same thing with any food waste and trash can go directly out to that loading dock. By doing this, it frees up that central space really kind of at the heart of the school where the cafeteria previously was. And often we refer to the media center as really the hub of the school, the academic hub, and also really community hub, as it is often used by members of the community, as we have when presenting and having workshops with your educators. To put that up front and center at the school, it's a prominent location to that courtyard. It would require a modest addition to incorporate some new architecture to that, and obviously respect the formality of the existing architecture on the building. And with that, there's an opportunity to improve the outdoor patio footprint to accommodate that. Some of the smaller state spaces in light blue are some of the special ed resource rooms and small group rooms. In other spaces, we had a nice meeting last week with the feasibility committee and heard some comments from educators. So those spaces were incorporated into this latest iteration. And unless I missed something, we can jump up to the upper level. And this level has a lot less color, which is good, means less expensive. So your classrooms are the right size. If you're looking for, if we're designing a new school, this is right in the range that we would look for, around the 850 square foot with adequate natural light, great windows. So this is, the majority of this floor is a relabeling and making sure that the program is accounted for and in the right location. And it is, so we have grades 2, 3, 4, and 5 upstairs with some music spaces, some special ed resource, small group, and those types of spaces. ALP, as mentioned here, a little bit of reconfiguration over here to accommodate a couple more faculty restrooms. There can never be too many of those. So we're hoping to incorporate a couple of those onto this floor, because this does house the bulk of the academic classrooms. And then on the right-hand side of the plan, where we've had a couple of meetings up in the attic there, a nice way to kind of gain some usable square footage. We're suggesting basically removing the roof off of this portion of the building and constructing full height walls and raising that roof so we could take full advantage of that full floor plate, utilizing, making it more efficient and putting more program into that space and getting some more natural light into that space. Again, working with the existing architecture as an aesthetic from the outside. I believe that covers it, Joe. Yep.
You want to talk about the area, Mike?
Sure. Oh yeah, sure. So since, as Tina mentioned, we had a target of about 10,000 square feet, and this kind of proves why we need to test these out by getting to know your building, seeing how efficient it is, and locating approximate locations and sizes of these additions. And what we're able to find is that this can be done a little more efficiently. So we're approximately 8,000 square feet of new construction. And some of the reason is that some of those additions that were added on don't need additional circulation space, which accounts, for approximately 40% of some construction. So right now that targets about 8,000 square feet of new construction plus different levels of renovation. And I think Joe will get into the numbers next.
Thank you, Mike. So the next part of our feasibility study is coming up with a budget. And, typical cost estimates at this phase are really based on historic data and projects that we've recently bid that have similar scope and similar architecture. And then there's modifications given for the particular building, how the building was originally constructed, the quality of the construction, and also where the building is located. So all these factors contribute to our ability to predict really what this project's going to cost without detailed architectural or engineering drawings or detailed site drawings. It really is quite a feat to predict the cost of a project that has to carry all the way until the end of construction. In some cases, this could be 3 or 4 years, but we do it, and it's something that we're accustomed to doing. So really, the cost estimate is broken up into 2 halves. The first half is the construction cost, often referred to as the bricks and mortar, and within the construction cost are subdivided 5 categories associated with the kind of work that we're anticipating in this project. The beginning is the site construction, and as Mike pointed out, we have a very limited site construction program. This is not a budget that's meant to fix everything everywhere. It is really limited to those improvements that we pointed out in our sketches. Tina earlier talked about abatement and the selective demolition. Obviously, hazardous materials has consumed a lot of public money over the last 20, 25 years and moving some of that material around. And it seems like the more we remove it, the more we find. Well, in this particular case, we're only going to remove the products that we encounter when we're doing the construction, such as putting in new ductwork or piping or removing ceilings or doing things with casework or flooring. Those kinds of things is what this budget's going to cover. The construction, the building construction cost is really the meat and the potatoes of the entire project. That's where obviously the money's being spent to do the kind of work that we presented. And the way we do building construction estimates is we categorize the level of renovation by light, moderate, and heavy. And each one of those categories will carry a certain trade cost that trickle down and that inform our ability to predict costs. In addition to that, we also have cost for new construction, and depending on how many places we're building, the size of the work, the type of architecture, that number does vary specifically project by project. In addition to that, we do have healthy contingencies and escalations, and contingencies are really for two purposes. The first, of course, is design contingency that are going to be consumed as we go through the design process and discover more about the building and have to include additional items that we're not thinking of right now. But of course, we also have a construction contingency that will occur and we'll need as we build the project, opening up walls, discovering things that we didn't know about, and we'll need funds to take care of those things. Most importantly, of course, is the escalation number. And really escalation is one of those things that does vary depending on economic conditions, energy costs. Global events can have a huge impact on escalation. And right now, our budgets really carry about 4% per year to about the midpoint of construction. So we're just not predicting what the project's going to cost next year, but we're trying to predict what the project's going to cost many years from now and what budgets we need to carry for that is going to be reflected in your overall bid price. And then we have construction management fees and reimbursables that are associated with the services that your construction manager are going to provide as they go through this process. And as a note, those management fees and expenses will vary depending on the length of the phasing of the construction of the project. Because the school has to remain occupied except for vacation periods like the summer and different breaks. The construction can only be done in small parts at a time. So that will tend to stretch out the construction duration and be reflected in your escalation costs as well as your construction management fees and expenses. So right now we're looking at a subtotal construction cost of a little under $21.8 million. The next category are our soft costs, which include project development costs, what we call, and that's a broad category of professional fees and consulting services that are going to be necessary to do all the work that we've been talking about as far as exploration, subsurface investigations, hazardous material testing, those kinds of things. And we've allocated about 1.7 for that. Furniture, furnishings, equipment, and the security electronics is carried in a catch-all budget around $600,000. And just like the site and other parts of this project, that budget is really specifically assigned to the parts of the project that we're actually building. So there'll be new tables for the cafeteria, there'll be new casework and equipment for the media center, security, electronics, things for the nurses station, and some of the classrooms like the early childhood areas that we're touching will be paid for out of that budget. And then overall, we have a owner's contingency of around 5%, plus there's some miscellaneous costs in there like printing and other charges that are going to be necessary for the project. And we have about 1.5 for that. So add that up, it's about 3.7, 3.8 total project budget right now with the scope that we outlined is about $25,500,000. And that's pretty much where we're at right now. At this point, we'd like to open it up to questions and answers, and we can go back and look at any slide if you want to take a closer look at any particular item. And by the way, all this information is in your feasibility study and in your ed spec packet that was part of the feasibility study. So you can get a lot more detail on some of the things that we're talking about tonight.
Okay, so before we get to discussion, I'd like to recognize Joe Kelly, who sat on the feasibility committee.
Thank you. I must say that the energy level, the positive energy level by the Julian Curtis staff, Trish McGuire, and everyone involved in the feasibility meetings was great. I mean, we love the building. Everybody's so happy that we found a way of preserving the building and certainly enhancing it. It certainly is supported by the community, and everyone on board thinks this is a great project. So I'm really excited about it. I hope everyone shares the positive view. I know we brought down the scope some. Some of the discussions we had previous to this meeting was a little large in scope, and basically what we had is possible discussions of replacing the building, and nobody wanted that. The building is going to stay. We like the building. I think it's great, and everyone on board is good. So I think we've got a lot of good things going forward.
Thank you, Joe. Let me take this off. So I want to thank Joe for serving on the committee. A lot of work went into this with Tony and some of the administrators and everybody in the school. I just want to benchmark this for board members. If you go back to our master facilities plan, the original plan was to add about 17,000 square feet to the building at a projected cost of $41.8 million. So certainly some good value engineering has happened since that work. Something else I can tell you from learnings from New Lebanon. One is reconfiguring an existing building is probably always going to be more expensive than new construction. It is just a more difficult task, made a little easier by some of the underground passageways, but still a very difficult task. The other thing is the designs that you've shown us, interesting, not my favorite, by the way. I like some of the ones we looked at in the spring, but they're meaningless. Not that I'm calling your work meaningless, but they're meaningless in terms of the work that goes on from here. If you actually go back and look at the feasibility reports for New Lebanon, which I just pulled up, the designs are completely different from the building that we ended up with. These are just to give them the ability to estimate, to really take a look at what it would take to take those ed specs and bring them to life. So our focus really ought to be on the ed specs more than the design element, because the design is not a final design. In fact, what happens from here is this would go to a building committee who then has to follow the ed specs, not the design. They will go out and identify an architect. They will bring that architect to the Board of Ed for approval. So we will have our chance to take a look at what they're proposing, and then once they have a final design, they actually come back to us to approve the design. So we are nowhere near a final design, and I can already see things in this I probably would object to, such as losing that patio behind where the existing cafeteria is where the 5th grade does the ringing out ceremony. So my children went to this school, Joe's kids went to this school, so we're very familiar with it. So those are just some things we need to think about, what our focus needs to be on the ed spec. So I was interested to see flipping the cafeteria with the media center. That actually is a really good idea. I do have some questions for you. We did get a letter from the school staff through the principal. They were asking about the inclusion of a science lab. So I wanted to see what it would take to actually bring that into scope. And then they also asked about a north-south connection. Now that's something that's not presently in the ed spec, but if you look back to your designs from the spring, you can see where that would make sense if you close in the loop. But there may be other ways to do that, whether there's a walkway outside. And then the last question I have for you is about state reimbursement, because I know there's different reimbursement rates. That's if the state has any money, by the way, but different reimbursement rates for new construction versus a renovation. And if you could talk us through that as well. This is it is a magnet school. It is not technically a diversity school, but we can explore that. But I do want to hear your thoughts on all of those things.
Sure, Peter, I'll take the science labs. As you recall, back in the spring, we did have a science lab that was going to serve all of the grade levels. And then when we did our drastic value engineering, it was eliminated to reduce the amount of new square footage. But certainly if you do add a science lab, we're likely to have to increase the size of the building and potentially do a little bit more renovation to access that particular room and and provide the proper square footage and the proper equipment in that space. I mean, we love the idea of science at even the youngest levels, and that simply carries into the middle school, high school, and then ultimately into higher ed, and then sometimes into careers. As far as the north-south connection, when we had a much bigger project, as Mike mentioned, I think we had about 22,000 square foot. This natural closing of the courtyard was necessary just to provide space for those extra program pieces. The reason why we're not showing it in this particular sketch is because that particular corridor would be, in essence, a zero loaded corridor, and that's really the first place where value engineering eyes go when we're trying to bring a project back into budget. So we didn't particularly show that because we knew that it was something that would number one, be criticized and probably wouldn't stand the test of time as the numbers started rolling in and then people started questioning the use of that particular corridor. The building itself is not that large in that the circulation is very, very clear and it's a very organized building. It's very easy to understand where you are, and people are really not walking tremendous distances, unlike some of the elementary schools that are way spread out, typically on one level. This one is a nice compact two-story building with lots of stairs that give you access to different parts of the building. So it's very easy to get around in the structure. Now the question about reimbursement is a good one, and it's one that we're always asked about. And the fortune of Greenwich is that you happen to be on the bottom of the reimbursement percentage list, which means that you're actually getting the lowest percentage for alteration and renovation projects, only about 20% of eligible of construction. If you were to build a new school, you'd get half that rate, which is about 10%. So by eligible, I mean not all of the work that's going to be done in any school is deemed eligible by the state. And so there'll always be some reductions of reimbursement. And so likely with a standard reimbursement rate for an alteration, you're probably going to be below 20%. However, as you experienced at New Lebanon, there are opportunities to increase the reimbursement through different programs, through designating schools as magnet schools, and as a last resort, there's always notwithstanding legislation. I can tell you this from experience, that getting those programs and increasing your percentage is getting more and more difficult every year as the state continues to struggle with their own budgets. And so they're taking very, very hard and strong looks about any district asking for more than what is standardly given through the formula for reimbursement. That seems to be their number one focus lately, and they spend a lot of time on ineligible lists of work and scrutinize everything across the board. It's never been like that. We're seeing this really for the first time the last 3 years. It's really becoming more difficult to get more money out of the state.
Certainly can appreciate that. One thing you said about the eligible expenses, just so people realize, it's what's inside the walls. The outside walls don't get paid for, which is kind of a quirk. The other thing is you mentioned while you were presenting that there were a new kindergarten classroom. If you look at the ed spec, there's actually 3 kindergarten classrooms. I think you say new because you're moving one of the existing classrooms. Okay.
That's correct, Peter. Because we displaced one room, we had to shuffle some of these other rooms around, so we had to replace the classroom that we lost because of this change in the floor plate.
And I think that last classroom was an addition at some point anyway, so it's not original to the building.
Right.
Okay, Ms. Kowalski.
Thanks. I'm not sure if this question is more so for Dr. Jones, but I'm trying to understand the need for 2 pre-K classrooms.
Yeah, there are, as you remember when we brought it up in the spring, our special education preschool continues to grow. And so having classrooms in this area of town would be very beneficial. When you look at right now, North Street has several pre-K classrooms there. So if we have children that live in that area that qualify, you're putting them on a bus and busing children to other areas of town. And I know being a Title I school, and Trish may want to speak to this, they also feel like just even from the academic standpoint, it could be very valuable for the building.
Just because I was thinking, if you need a science lab, it's the perfect place to put the science lab instead of the 2 pre-K rooms, and then you don't have to change the square footage of the building.
You wouldn't put the pre-K, you wouldn't put a science lab where the kindergarten classrooms are. You'd put them at the other end of the building.
Well, maybe you would.
Having done this before, got a little experience with that. And actually, if you go to the newer schools we built, Glenville and Ham Ave, you can see the layout. There's an organized thought to it. And this is our opportunity to fix a 70-year-old building to last for the next 70 years.
That's fine. Like we said, this design isn't the one that's sticking around. I'm just saying that from a square footage concept, sure, you could put it someplace else, but I'm trying to figure out the justification for the 2 pre-K classrooms, given if we have room at the other schools for our pre-K component, why we need to add them here.
Okay, Ms. Stowe.
Good evening. Thanks so much. Just a couple of things. First of all, I'm quite happy that we're addressing all the ADA issues. That's obviously the biggest thing we need to be doing with all of our schools. And so that's paramount. And I was also happy to see that we've reduced where we were from last time. I think that message was loud and clear. Having said that, it still feels a bit expensive when you think about where we were for New Lebanon, which was 35 million or so for a new school. Now I know Peter was good to point out that, renovations, as I know, and we all know from our own homes, are always cost more when you try to retrofit something versus new. But it still feels on a relative basis for 8,000 square feet and some renovations, hardcore costs of 13 million somehow quickly gets up to 25. And I know you walked us through it, but it's just the gut check doesn't feel great versus a new building for 35.
I don't know, Joe, if you want to address some of that cost issue.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is the fact that while some of these spaces are painted white, there's going to be quite a bit of work associated with the HVAC sprinkler system and some of the cascading effects associated with the HVAC system. Ultimately you end up painting those rooms, you end up doing casework in those spaces, you end up doing, lights, some acoustical treatments, and that stuff tends to add up. So it really refreshes the building dramatically, and just the environment change alone will have a tremendous effect on the school and students and staff, teaching and learning in that building.
Ms. Hirsch.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for listening to some of our questions and concerns when you first presented this in the spring, when we had 3 or 4 different options that we were looking at that were between a 10 and 20,000 additional square feet with a much higher price tag. I think you took a lot of the questions that we had and incorporated into this group of ed specs. I do have 2 questions. One is for the board, and I think one is also for you. I know this is listed as an action item, but having heard from the administration and staff at Julian Curtis, who knows their building oh so well, it seems that there are a few items that they'd like to see if it's possible to, to find a place for. And looking at the I mean, I know these are just ed specs, but if you look at the way the building is laid out, you can see that the kindergarten is as far away from the cafeteria as humanly possible. So I can understand completely why the staff there would like to add a secondary corridor. And that's sort of something I could see as a need. The other question is more for the board. I know when we discussed this in the spring, we had the same question that Karen Kowalski had brought up as to the need for pre-K there. And I completely understand the need. We had asked to not have some other space for older students there, but pre-K is understandable. But I think we as a board would then have to have a discussion to commit to adding or moving pre-K if we need to there for sure. But if we're going to look to add that to the ed specs, I think that that's something the board should, weigh in on before we approve actual ed specs.
Ms. Downey.
I'm following up to Karen's point. The notion of a corridor, like that's really a design element, correct? So that's not something that needs to be in the ed specs?
You would need to make sure that you've accounted for potential budget. because
Okay, just from a cost point, right, just from a cost point of view, but not necessarily as a design
Joe
point of
can
view.
probably talk to that.
Okay, that was one question. And just in terms of cost, and I don't know how you did it with, well, New Lebanon was different. To Kathleen's point, I mean, 25 million, but then what do we do with our students during the construction process? Because there's a cost element to that. And I know that's not necessarily part of the ed specs, but I think it's something, if we're going to proceed with Julian Curtis and Old Greenwich, I think we should have in mind what our game plan is to address displaced students for X amount of time during a construction process.
That's an excellent point, because phasing is a tremendously expensive process, especially if you only have 3 or 4 rooms at a time. Workmen want to get at largest sections of the building to complete the work as quickly as possible. And if you can only give them 3 or 4 rooms at a time, that just extends the amount of time that they have to be on the site, and the disruption associated with the construction work. There are solutions, and every school district addresses them on a case-by-case basis. For example, they'll take cafeterias and split them up if they could, or a media center, and split them up and use them for classrooms, and any technique that's available to them to get students out of spaces are typically strategies they use. Now, some districts actually go to the expense of building temporary classrooms, and I know that's somewhat a voodoo topic in the town, and many towns don't want to do them because they are expensive, and they're a very short duration. There's a lot of money spent on that kind of thing. And then lastly, it's the summer. The summer work becomes extremely important, which means that oftentimes these schools are not available during the summer months, when the contractors and the trade folks can get in there and build out things like cafeterias, kitchens, media centers, gyms, because they know they can't take those offline during the regular school year, and the summer break is the only time that they have an opportunity to do that. In any of these renovation projects, the summers are extremely important, and if you can get 2 or even 3 summers, it's going to make a big difference in your ability to get the project built more efficiently and faster.
Mr. Scher.
I just wanted to check the numbers. I was just a little confused by the numbers. There's too many numbers in here for me, so I'm losing my track. There's currently 19 classrooms in the building, correct? It says here classroom 20. I couldn't, in the chart, it says on the second floor in the document we were given as a board, it says classroom 20, but I'm only counting 19, and it may just be I'm stupid and I can't find the other one.
Mike, do you want to address the rooms?
That you take that classroom for this big admin suite you're going to build?
Yes, we took one of the rooms away
Yep.
and,
Right.
and that,
Away.
and
And
that
then
had
you
to
build
be
another.
added back. Mhm.
Right, okay.
Yep.
So, and that's, now, the enrollment projection, I get a little lost in the numbers. How many kids are gonna go in this school when you're done with and without pre-K?
The enrollment projection that we were given, Peter, was 350 with the pre-K.
With the pre-K,
Yes, sir. Mhm.
okay. Because our long-range projection, which by the way is not holding, for this was 342. And not that 8 kids matter, but that's an 8-year high at 25-26. And, okay, but right now, with, there's apparently 272 kids enrolled in this school. Some of them are remote right now, but that's okay. You can't plan on that. Presumably it's gonna come back. And we're consuming 14 sections out of 19. So I just had a little trouble with all the math. Because what the things that I see this building in 3 parts, this project in 3 parts. I see it as you got to go deal with all the ADA stuff, which is effectively a mini project, right? Mm-hmm. Then you could make the next level decision, which is I want to deal with ADA and I want to renovate all the systems in the building, right? Which is effectively a gut job, would be the way I would call that, right? And then you could do the ADA, the gut job, and you could add space, is really how that breaks down, right? Correct. So the project that's before us with this is this add space. And, I don't know, when I'm thinking about the ed spec, I'm not thinking about the design itself because these are design concepts. This will be what, my 1, 2, 3, third or fourth school that we've done. And they've all been a little bit different. I think I'm where Musto is. I'm having trouble thinking about 25 million to do that. But I think that number is realistic. Mm-hmm. I think that's what it is. The other part that I'm going through in my head is I've been on the board too long, and I remember seeing all of these projects to replace all of these systems over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Do the asbestos abatement, do the LED lights, do the fire system, and it's like, I feel like I'm having whack-a-mole here. And it's okay, and I can't sort it out in my head, and it's too late to try and sort it out in my head at the moment. But I'm feeling like, I obviously like the idea of renovating the building, keeping it for the longer term. Definitely want to deal with the ADA issues. I'm not yet bought in on the expanded space. I mean, I always like the idea if you're going to do it, add it. I'm all worried in these projects, which has nothing to do with you guys as the architects and the project team, this building doesn't happen in isolation. This building happens in the context of 10 other elementary schools that we have. And, a lot of this discussion started on this it was happening, that everybody was draining out of what's called the backcountry of Greenwich, and they were all coalescing down on the Route 1 corridor. Well, that was the same trend that was happening, which people were moving out of suburbs and moving to the cities. And then COVID hit, and wham, the whole pattern is now different. Is that a temporary condition? Is that a permanent condition? I'm not that smart. And I worry a lot about going to the people who have to pay for this, which, we get the luxury of thinking and just making demands on somebody's checkbook. And, but somebody else has to go pay for this. And I'm wondering when we get to a place where it triggers the conversation that we're all trying to avoid, which is you've got capacity in the wrong places and you probably need to even it out. And in order to even it out, you got to redraw some district boundaries, which is like, you know, sticking your tongue in a light socket as a Board of Ed member. So I've got all this flying around in my head because it looks like I love the plan. I like what it gets accomplished. I am worried about expanding a program, which is the pre-K program. I need somebody to explain what that long-range plan is. Because without these classrooms, we're already able to accommodate 180 kids, and this year we're at 130. It may not be in the places that people would like it to be. Our enrollment projection, our actual enrollment here is well below projection. And we've got some other schools that are going through some upheaval, and some of them have got a fair bit of empty space in them. One of them's got, it's almost 50%. So I don't know where that all leaves me, but all of those things are flying around in my head when we think about approving an ed spec. And to your point, last point is, for those who don't remember, we were using the racial balance law, which was a demand from the state, which had a high reimbursement rate to it, which we wanted to do. But in reality, we wanted all the money back that we had sent to Hartford to build a brand new school that had not a lot to do with racial balance. And the Malloy administration, for those who were not on the board at that time, it was an ugly, very ugly, torturous process. And they were very strict, and they pushed us really hard on why we were building more capacity when we had excess capacity in the system. If you've been through that once, you really don't want to go through that again. It's not a fun thing. It's not to say I won't fight for our neighborhoods and I won't fight for our schools and fight for our kids, but this is all information to take on board when we're talking about approving an ed spec, because an ed spec, once it goes from, to use the construction analogy, it goes from slurry to concrete in about a nanosecond. And to the best of my knowledge, once we've settled on an ed spec, people walk around and wave it around like it's a Bible, and it shall never change. So I think this is all things to be taken into consideration. I don't know if somebody's planning on trying to call a vote on this tonight, but I've heard a bunch of questions, and I'd want to consult with some other people who are further down the train in approving this project and getting everybody in the community more lined up before we pulled the trigger on the ed spec. Maybe we could do it, I don't know, when's our next meeting? 2 weeks from now? Rather than doing it right now. But that's where I'm standing, and that's what's in my mind.
So Peter, when I introduced the item, I made clear I didn't know that we'd be ready to take the vote. It's listed as action because it was our second read. I actually am ready to make a motion to put this to our November meeting. At our meeting on the 22nd, we're going to take up the OG ed spec, and so that would actually align them on our calendar. And it would give us enough time to ask whatever questions we have and get everything answered.
So you're suggesting try to, well, I guess we'll do it. Well, we don't have agenda planning, so it's not in this meeting schedule. So
Right, so I'll make a motion to
yeah, but you're
postpone
suggesting
to the
let's
November
take them
meeting.
up at the same time?
Well, we're going to have to take it up at some point. I don't think this will be ready for our next meeting.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with that.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to take this, move this to our November meeting for action. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Stowe seconds. All right, I'm going to take a quick roll call vote on that. Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher.
Yeah.
Okay, my suggestion is board members email the superintendent with questions. That way we can actually move with this efficiently. All right, I'm going to move on to our next agenda item.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Our next item is the flexibilities for implementing the Connecticut guideline for educator evaluation. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the flexibilities. Is there a second for that? Ms. Hirsch. Okay, thank you. Dr. Carabillo, do you want to talk about this?
Sure. You have in your packets tonight documents from Dr. Shauna Tucker, Chief Talent Officer of the State Department of Ed, and Dr. Miguel Cardona, of Commissioner of Education. They address the flexibilities for implementing the Connecticut Guidelines for Educator Evaluation 2017 for the 2021 school year. As of August 11th this year, Dr. Cardona sent the flexibilities guideline for educator evaluation for the school year. Again, the continued disruption from the COVID-19 pandemic has affected multiple districts in our state. The state is providing one-time flexibilities within the Guidelines for Educator Evaluation 2017 and the Connecticut General Statutes 151B and the Executive Order 7C. Dr. Cardona is implementing the following for the 2021 school year. Student learning indicators may be focused on components of social and emotional learning, student engagement, and/or family engagement. Districts may adjust the requirement for formal in-class observations as appropriate if shorter, more frequent observations will take place. For teachers, their formal observations may be replaced by a minimum of 2 observations and 1 review of practice for teachers with more than 2 years of experience, and to maintain proficient or exemplary practice during the 2019-20 school year. And for a minimum of 3 informal observations and 1 review of practice for first and second year teachers and teachers who may have demonstrated developing or below standard practice during 2019-2020. The flexibilities require that there be written feedback and collaborative conversations based on the Greenwich Public rubric, it's getting late, I can't talk well, which is aligned with the Connecticut evaluation rubric. Educators still have to do their self-assessment. The evaluator has to provide a narrative highlighting commendation, areas for improvement, and recommendations to the teachers before the end of the year. Using our GPS rubric, when we have those discussions around observations, we will show teachers where they are on the continuum of performance. Are they below standard, developing, proficient, or exemplary? However, there will be no formal ratings because of the final ratings, both for teachers and administrators, have been waived again by the State Department of Education for the 2021 school year. We are still expected to provide individual improvement and remediation plans if there are concerns about an educator's performance. We need your approval to accept these flexibilities before I notify the state. Thank you. Any questions?
I think that's pretty straightforward. I'm not seeing any. Oh, Mr. Scherer.
Ann, I'm just confused on that. I get everything you just said. So how's the school system supposed to deal with a teacher who is multiple years below performance?
Hopefully that teacher had been addressed multiple years ago. If we
I'm
find a
saying,
teacher,
I'm talking about one who, you know, was kind of maybe needed to some improvement in last year.
and they got a buy.
It's like, okay, we went into suspended animation on that.
Mhm.
Right. I mean, I don't even know if there are any of these, but you know, most of our, nearly all of our teachers are just first rate. So, you know.
We have many great teachers, Peter,
Yeah,
but we
I'm
can put them on a remediation plan. So it's not that
Then you
teachers
have-
are out there floating. We can make sure that we are supporting them. That is our role.
Yeah, no, I get that part.
Mhm.
It sounds like you don't have, by passing this, there is no tool in your tool bag. If there's a teacher who hasn't been able to perform, they're going to be here.
No, there's still a tool in our tool bag. We can still put them on a performance plan, improvement plan, and then we go through the process. There is nothing from this, even though they're not being rated, final ratings, we can still put them on an improvement plan and go through the process according to the educator evaluation guidelines.
Okay, you say so. I'm taking that to the bank. Good news, it's on tape.
Good, it's gonna be worth a lot of money.
Probably not. I hope not. Okay.
Ms. Downey.
I just had one question because it says in here about we were supposed to provide a checklist by October 1. It's October 6. Just to be sure we're voting on
Just to
something
be
we can
sure.
actually do.
Just to be sure, yes, the state extended the date. Because I went, oh my gosh, we're not gonna make it, but they extended the date.
To what?
I believe it's to October 9th.
Okay, Ms. Hirsch.
Christina actually asked my exact question, so I'm good.
All right, so we have a motion to accept the flexibility. Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Ms. Hirsch?
Yes.
Ms. Downey?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. Kowalski?
Yes.
Ms. Olson?
Yes.
Mr. Scher? Peter, you're muted. Is that a yes or?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right. So the next item on the agenda is to accept a grant from the Greenwich United Way, totaling $25,800. And I'll make the motion to accept the grant. Is there a second? Ms.
Second.
Hirsch? Mr. O'Keefe, if you want to quickly take us through this.
Sure. The intent of the grant is to cover the net loss for the preparation and delivery of food services for the month of July and August. The net loss was estimated to be about $600 a day, and this $25,800 is to cover 43 days during the summer at $600 net loss per day, $25,800.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our friends at the United Way for stepping in and helping us with the food insecurity issue. All right. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing no hands, I'm going to take a quick roll call. Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Scher? Peter, you're muted.
You can't win at this game. I used to get complaints because I wasn't. Thank you very much, United Way. Appreciate all the support of the town's kids. Yes.
Your share down for yes, thank you. All right, that passes unanimously. And the final, I will make a motion to accept the elementary and secondary school emergency relief and the Corona Relief Fund. Is there a second for that? Ms. Downey. Mr. O'Keefe, discussion.
Yes, the first is as you mentioned, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. The total amount awarded to Greenwich schools is $854,526, of which Greenwich Public Schools will receive $758,160. The remaining funds, which is $96K, would be going to Greenwich Country Day in the amount of $65 and Greenwich Catholic in the amount of $31. Those are the only two schools, private schools, that opted to participate.
Any discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll take a vote. Oh, can you raise your? Yep, Ms. Stowe.
Sorry. So Sean, okay, so you noted, I guess, why GA and Brunswick weren't in here. That's just good to note. When you look at the detail behind in the towns, which is just intriguing to go through for sport. But if you go down to Greenwich, is this just an old number we have in there? Because Of the
It is.
854, it looked like we had only allocated 563 to ourselves and 290 to the private. Was that the, when we?
That was
we
the
assessed it
original,
immediately, and
that
it's
was
now
the
been
original
revised
chart that was
upward?
provided by the state, and it was based on an assumption of splitting it by Title I enrollment. And if we opted for that way of doing it, it would have meant that we could only spend the money on Title I schools, which we didn't want to do. And as it turns out, we were offered an option to distribute based on total enrollment. And that allowed us to spend the money on all of our schools, which is where we're spending the money. And it actually ended up beneficial to Greenwich Public Schools.
Got it. That's a good result. Thanks.
Yep.
Ms. Kowalski?
You got my question. I marked it,
Perfect.
so I'm good.
All right, so I'm going to take a roll call vote on accepting these funds. So Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes, please.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yep.
All right, with that, Joe, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn if that's okay.
Wait, we got one more.
We have one more? No, I took them both at once.
Okay.
I made a combined motion to accept both.
Okay.
Very efficient. So Joe's made a motion to adjourn. I second that, and I'm going to take a quick roll call, and we're done. Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher.
Yes.
And thank you very much to the 23 attendees who are still with us out of about 150 at one point. Thank you, everyone, for attending.